Chapter 699. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The autumn wind was accompanied by Wang Lin's voice. It seemed like he didn't want to leave the courtyard and continued to linger. Suzaku's story was filled with twists and turns, and there was a hint of sorrow in it. It blended with the autumn wind and became even stronger. It was unknown how many tears flowed down from Qing Yi's eyes as she silently listened. Wang Ping lowered his head halfway through, so it was impossible to see his expression. After that, he took the child and settled down on planet Ranyun. After Wang Lin finished his story, he picked up the wine jug and took a big gulp. He looked at the sky and didn't speak anymore. Qing Yi stared at the father and son in front of her in a daze. There was an indescribable feeling in her heart. She subconsciously grabbed Wang Lin's hand, but she immediately felt that Wang Lin's hand was ice cold. The courtyard was extremely quiet. After a long time, Wang Lin's hoarse voice softly said, "The story is very moving. Dad, I'm tired." Wang Lin stood up and walked to the side room in the courtyard. Qing Yi bowed to Wang Lin and followed. In the entire courtyard, only Wang Lin was left. He silently sat there, staring into the distance. The autumn wind was even colder at night. It blew around, causing some fallen leaves to float far away. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin let out a sigh and lowered his head. He picked up the wine jug and placed it next to his mouth, but he found that the wine was gone. That night, Wang Lin didn't sleep. He sat in his room, looking at the bright moon in the sky. His eyes were filled with pain. Qing Yi sat beside him and held his hand. She didn't say anything and just silently accompanied him. "So, this is the answer. I've been waiting for the answer for more than 60 years. The pain in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. "So, I'm a resentful soul that was refined by my mother." Wang Lin lowered his head and revealed a bitter and melancholy expression. The next morning, Wang Lin left. Qing Yi followed him the entire time. From start to finish, he did not say a single word to his father. He did not even glance at him. Even when he left, it was early in the morning. He silently sat in the carriage and disappeared into the distance from Vastwater City. He didn't notice that at the moment he left, a pair of eyes silently watched the carriage disappear into the distance. That gaze revealed the vicissitudes of life. Wang Lin walked out of the room and sat quietly in the courtyard. He looked at the white clouds in the sky and murmured, "Perhaps one day you will understand." Wang Ping sat in the carriage. He didn't know where he was going. He just stared blankly ahead. He felt very tired, as if there was nothing in the world that could cause him to want to take a second look at it. "Qing Yi, I'm so tired. Let's find a peaceful mountain village and live there," Wang Ping said softly. Qing Yi nodded, her eyes filled with tenderness. In an ordinary mountain village, Wang Ping and Qing Yi settled down and lived a simple life. They were not young anymore, and the years of their lives often flashed through Wang Ping's eyes. In his life, 19 years were ordinary, 8 years were mountains and rivers, 25 years were battles, and 10 years of being a supreme being in the mortal world. Although it was short, it was far more exciting than what ordinary people could experience. However, in the end, he still returned to the beginning, back to being ordinary. Every morning, he would wake up in the courtyard and carve with a piece of wood. Although it was ordinary, there was warmth in it. Every time this happened, Qing Yi would sit beside him and look at the carving knife in his hand as he carved. Father once said that when you carve, you have to use your heart to carve. Only then can you carve everything in your memories into the carving knife. Wang Ping held the carving in his hand and gently blew on it, causing the wood shavings to fly up. After placing the carving on the ground, Wang Ping's eyes revealed a trace of nostalgia, and he softly said, "This is my father when he was young." The carving was of Wang Lin. The young Wang Lin's eyes revealed a sharp gaze. He had his hands behind his back as he looked at the sky and the earth. He gave off a proud aura. Time flashed by, and another 10 years passed. The vicissitudes of time couldn't wash away the traces of reincarnation. Life and death couldn't escape the path of the heavens. For mortals, 10 years was long, but also short. This feeling was a bit contradictory, but it was the true portrayal of every mortal's heart. For Wang Lin, 10 years of time was short, but it also felt like a long time. His hair was long and white, as if he hadn't combed it for a long time. His face also became older. When he closed his eyes, it was as if he had entered the reincarnation cycle. During these 10 years, Wang Lin's understanding of the heavens became clearer and deeper. He didn't do all of this on purpose. Instead, it was an unintentional comprehension. It was just like how most of the trees in the courtyard had died and couldn't escape the reincarnation cycle. However, not long after they died, new life appeared. In the state of life and death, the changes of life were everywhere. However, in the past, even if Wang Lin saw it, he wouldn't feel anything. Now, even though he didn't pay attention to it, he could see life everywhere. The flowers in the corner of the wall fell every year, but they also bloomed every year. The clouds in the sky dissipated every day, but they also gathered together every day. It was like in this world, there were people who died and people who lived. There seemed to be a balance. If it was karma, it was also contained within. Wang Lin was the only one living in the big house in the Wang mansion. The neighbors seemed to be used to this. Usually, many children would come to the house to play. At first, they were afraid of Wang Lin, but after a long time, these children realized that this grandpa wasn't scary at all. Gradually, the big house in the Wang mansion became a place for children to play. Looking at these children every day, Wang Lin's heart was calm. The children had their own happiness. He had done what he should do and said what he should say. Whether or not Wang Lin could understand in the end depended on Wang Ping himself. Wang Lin believed that the children he raised would have a heart as broad as the sky. They would be able to overcome all the obstacles in this world. After 10 years, Wang Ping had aged even more. He had reached the end of his life, but he had never put down the sculpture in his hands. Father is right. It is better to live a normal life. If I have a choice, if there is a next life, I hope that I can live a normal life with Father in a small village isolated from the world. Wang Ping said softly. Beside him, Qing Yi quietly looked at Wang Ping and softly said, "Since you have thought it through, why don't you go see the old man?" Wang Ping put down the sculpture of his father. This sculpture was of Wang Lin from 10 years ago. He was sitting at the table and gently saying, "Let's eat." Qing Yi, you don't understand. The wisdom in Wang Ping's eyes became even stronger as he grew older. In my heart, other than the question about my mother, there is another question I don't dare to ask. I have a feeling that this question is the real reason Father doesn't let me cultivate. Wang Ping's eyes revealed a trace of sadness. This sadness was very similar to Wang Lin's. He had already seen some clues, but he didn't dare to seek confirmation. Qing Yi, I can feel that I have reached the end of my life. I'm afraid I don't have much time left. You are a cultivator and will live longer than me. After I die, send me to Father's side. As for you, you are free. However, no matter how much time passes, don't forget that in your life, there is a reincarnation cycle that belongs to me. Wang Ping's voice was calm, but there was a trace of determination in it. Qing Yi's body trembled. She was about to speak, but she was interrupted by Wang Ping. It's been hard on you all these years. As a cultivator, you should be able to change your appearance. In order to prevent me from feeling lonely, you allowed yourself to grow old with me. I, Wang Ping, will never forget your kindness. If there is a next life, I will never forget you. Tears flowed down from Qing Yi's eyes. Her cultivation level had been raised by Wang Lin to the peak of the late stage of nascent soul. 20 years ago, she accompanied Wang Ping to comprehend the heavens and obtain a domain. Her domain was the emotion of no regrets. I will also accompany you in the underworld. Qing Yi softly said, cultivation is like dust in my eyes. I don't want to be an emotionless celestial. I just want to be a person with emotions. Wang Ping stared at Qing Yi and sighed. He softly said, why must you do this? At this moment, in the starry sky, a bolt of lightning whistled through the destroyed nebula. If one looked closely, they would discover that there was actually a huge beast within it. This beast looked like a qilin, but it had no horns. Its entire body flickered with lightning. It was a thunder beast. There was a middle-aged scholar, sitting on the back of the thunder beast. This person's cultivation level was high, so he didn't mind the thunder roaming around his body at all. The thunder was very fast as it flew toward the northern domain of the Luotian. His target was very clear. It was planet Ranyun in the northern domain of the Luotian. 70 years ago, there was a change on planet Thousand Illusion. The Huan family's second-step ancestor died, and a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple appeared. This matter spread and gradually attracted the attention of the Thunder Celestial Temple. According to the investigation, it seemed that the person suspected to be from the Thunder Celestial Temple hadn't left planet Ranyun, so they sent this person to investigate. The middle-aged man's cultivation had already surpassed the first step and reached the illusory stage. He sat on the back of the Thunder Beast and entered the northern domain of the Luotian. He didn't stop and headed straight for planet Ranyun. There's actually someone who dares to pretend to be a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. This kind of thing hasn't happened in a long time. The middle-aged man sneered. As a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple, he had great power. In the entire Luotian, aside from a few ancient cultivation families, almost no one dared to provoke the Thunder Celestial Temple. Let me, Thunder Taoist, the real messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple, have a good fight with this person. Don't think that just because you know a few thunder spells, you can pretend to be someone from the Thunder Celestial Temple. The real people of the Thunder Celestial Temple have Thunder Beasts. Thunder Taoist placed his right hand on the Thunder Beast's head and gently patted it. The Thunder Beast seemed to feel the pride of its master. It raised its head and roared. The sound of thunder echoed through the starry sky. They were getting closer and closer to planet Ranyun. Seeing everyone's blessings and gifts, as well as the large number of monthly votes, their ears had never been so happy before. Every time he got tired of writing, he would open the website and look at the monthly votes list and laugh foolishly for a while. Chapter 700. A mortal's life would end at 100 years old, but not many people could actually live to be 100 years old. When Wang Ping was 72 years old, he felt the end of his life. 1 year later, although his body was still healthy, he could clearly feel that his life was coming to an end. This year's winter came very quickly, just like when Sun Tai left. The snow had already sealed the roads, making it impossible for the villagers to go out. They could only stay with their loved ones and silently spend the winter. The cold wind was cold, whistling through the world. It seemed to take away one life after another that had reached the end of their lives, sending them to spring. It was like the cycle of reincarnation. This year's winter seemed to be much colder than the previous years. The cold wind mixed with snow, especially at night, was even more bone-chilling. If the simple houses didn't have hot fireplaces, they would be blown through by the cold wind. In the west side of the village, a fireplace shined through the window, bringing with it a trace of warmth. However, in this cold night where the snow was falling, it seemed very insignificant. The cold wind whistled and lingered in the surroundings. This cold wind formed a vortex on the deep layer of snow on the ground, causing large amounts of snow to fall. The livestock in the village also curled up their bodies and trembled slightly to resist the coldness of the cold wind. The sky was completely dark. Only the countless falling snowflakes could be seen. If one looked at it for a long time, they would inevitably feel lost. Wang Ping was sitting on a chair with a carving knife in his hand. Stroke by stroke, he carved a trace of his memories at the end of his life. What he was carving was still his father, but his father's face was even older. During this year, Wang Ping often dreamed of his childhood. He remembered the feeling of drinking bowls of bitter medicine. The bitterness of the past was now somewhat sweet. This sweetness did not come from the taste, but rather from the warmth of the past. Qing Yi sat beside him and looked at Wang Ping. There was a hint of sadness in her eyes. Gusts of cold wind whistled from outside, as if it wanted to rush in and take away Wang Ping, who was at the end. After I die, burn these statues, Wang Ping said softly. He looked at the last statue of his life in his hand. This was a half-finished product, and he wanted to finish carving it. On one side of the room was a huge wooden shelf. On top of it were over 100 statues, each one of which depicted Wang Lin. Beside some of the statues was a statue of a child. The child's face was brimming with a satisfied smile as he held onto his father's hand, giving off a sense of attachment. "Father, I've already forgiven you." Wang Ping looked at the statue in his hand and said softly. In this windy and snowy night, a bright bolt of lightning pierced through the sky like lightning. The astral wind layer instantly collapsed, and the sound of thunder echoed throughout planet Ranyun. At this moment, even the snowflakes in the sky trembled. It was as if they had been frozen in midair. In fact, even the raging, frigid wind collapsed in that instant. All the cultivators on planet Ranyun instantly noticed this extremely powerful aura. The thunder contained within it was like countless bolts of thunder exploding in the ears of all the cultivators. The Sun family's ancestor, Sun Shi, had been in closed-door cultivation for many years, but at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. In a flash, he arrived in the sky and looked over. His expression became gloomy, and it changed greatly. What powerful celestial spiritual energy and terrifying thunder. Sun Shi sucked in a breath of cold air, and his pupils shrank. Behind him, the late-stage soul transformation cultivators of the Sun family came out one by one. There was a total of 8 people. Sun Shiming stood at the front and said, "Ancestor, this person doesn't seem to have good intentions." The Ran family and Zhao family were the same. They weren't as powerful as the Sun family. After all, many of their experts had left countless years ago. Inside Vast Water City, in the Wang family's room, Wang Lin put down the wine jug in his hand and raised his head slightly. There was no spirit in his eyes. He was like a real old man, filled with turbidity. After taking a glance, he lowered his head and took a sip of wine. In the sky, there was a giant beast covered in thunder. Its 4 hooves were gently stepping on the ground, and 2 lightning dragons were moving between its nostrils. It looked extremely majestic, and there was a middle-aged man sitting on its back. He was the Thunder Celestial Temple's Thunder Taoist. His eyes were like lightning as he coldly swept the earth. His divine sense spread out without any hesitation, covering the entire planet. Vast Water City was also within it. However, for some reason, his divine sense didn't linger on Wang Lin for even a moment. As his divine sense spread out, all the cultivators on planet Ranyun felt their minds tremble. Aside from the cultivators, all the demons on planet Ranyun trembled as if they were facing the might of the heavens. Even immortals were the same, but they didn't know the reason. They only felt their bodies turn cold and their minds tremble. Then they passed out one by one. At this instant, planet Ranyun was silent like never before. Shortly after, Thunder Taoist withdrew his divine sense and frowned. He looked around, but didn't find anyone who met the requirements. When he withdrew his divine sense, the snow fell once more and the cold wind blew again. It has been too long. Perhaps he has already left. This person is quite lucky. Thunder Taoist pondered a bit and was about to leave. However, just at this moment, his eyes narrowed and his divine sense locked onto a small mountain village on planet Ranyun. When the divine sense swept by for the first time, Qing Yi's face turned pale and her body trembled involuntarily. The spiritual energy in her body almost collapsed, and it took her a long time to recover. Wang Ping was startled. He looked up at Qing Yi and softly asked, "Qing Yi, what's wrong?" Just as Qing Yi was about to speak, her expression changed greatly, and she coughed out blood. A powerful divine sense broke through the snow and cold wind and descended. This divine sense was so strong that it caused the entire earth to tremble. The thick layer of snow on the ground was instantly blown into the air. Outside the room, the snowflakes and cold wind that had just recovered collapsed once again. Wang Ping's room in the mountain village seemed to be isolated. Outside, the snowflakes were still falling, and the cold wind was still howling, but outside his room, there was not a single bit of it. It was as if all the snow and wind had been shattered. Qing Yi's newly formed origin soul struggled to release spiritual energy. This allowed her to take a step forward and stand before Wang Ping. Her face was old, but her eyes revealed an unyielding struggle. Interesting. You didn't pass out. A cold voice echoed in the room. The moment this voice appeared, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open and a middle-aged man walked in. The moment he stepped in, Qing Yi's face turned pale. She could feel an unimaginable aura coming from his person. This aura was very strong, like the might of the heavens, and it was impossible to resist. Before this person, Qing Yi felt like she was an ant. It was as if this person could kill countless of her with just a thought. She would never be able to reincarnate and die without a burial. What made her pupils shrink was that there was a ray of thunder around this person. Bursts of thunder moved around his body, making him look like a thunder celestial. He seemed to casually step into the room, but it caused crackling sounds to come from the room. Strands of thunder moved along the walls, and at this moment, it was as if the entire room had become a cage made of thunder. From the outside, one could clearly see that Wang Ping's house had already been surrounded by lightning. Up in the sky, the thunder beast was lying lazily in the air. Its eyes were filled with disdain, as if there was nothing in this world that could attract its attention. Because it was the thunder beast, the former holy beast of the thunder celestial realm. Although its bloodline wasn't very pure, and there was a big gap between it and its ancestor, its pride was deep in its bones. Wang Ping put down the wood carving in his hand, stood up, and arrived before Qing Yi. He looked at the middle-aged man and calmly asked, "Who are you?" At this moment, Wang Ping didn't look like a mortal at all. The calmness in his eyes wasn't an act, it was true calmness. He stood in front of Qing Yi like a man of indomitable spirit. All of this was thanks to his father, Wang Lin. 19 years of ordinary life, 8 years of traveling the world, and more than 30 years of being the supreme ruler of the mortal world allowed him to have a heart that didn't fear the heavens. He didn't even fear the heavens, much less this cultivator before him. Qing Yi stared at Wang Ping's back. At this moment, this figure was forever engraved in her heart. Qing Yi's eyes were filled with tenderness. She dissipated her cultivation and calmly looked at the middle-aged man who had stepped into the room. The middle-aged man meaningfully looked at Wang Ping, and his eyes revealed a strange light. This gaze seemed to be able to see through Wang Ping. The reason his divine sense had descended here earlier was because when his divine sense swept through the area, all the mortals here had fallen unconscious. All of this was because his cultivation was too powerful, and his divine sense contained the might of thunder. As a result, a sweep of his divine sense was like heaven and earth. However, the mortal in front of him was the only one who did not lose consciousness. Moreover, it seemed like he did not notice his divine sense at all. This was what attracted his interest, and his divine sense locked onto this place. He slowly said, "Interesting. No wonder you didn't faint, so it was like this." Just as the middle-aged man stepped into the room, in vast water city tens of thousands of kilometers away, Wang Lin, who was calmly sitting on a chair and drinking a mouthful of wine, suddenly looked up. The wine jug in his right hand shattered, and even the wine inside disintegrated without a trace remaining. When Wang Lin looked up, his eyes revealed a coldness that hadn't been seen in more than 70 years. This time, compared to the time in the restaurant, it was countless times more terrifying. It was like the difference between heaven and earth, and they couldn't be compared at all. The idea of a plot couldn't be done overnight. It had to maintain both quality and speed. It was difficult to achieve a balance. Today, 2 chapters as usual. Tomorrow, 3 chapters. Thank you everyone for your monthly votes and gifts. I asked for 100 monthly votes to stabilize my position in the top 10. Tomorrow, I guarantee 3 chapters. The thunder doesn't change, just for the monthly votes. Chapter 701. Thunder Daoist's gaze fell on Wang Ping. His eyes revealed a hint of interest, and he slowly said, "So you're not alone." Before he finished speaking, Wang Ping's body trembled. At this moment, the shadow behind him moved and appeared under his feet. The moment the celestial guard appeared, it threw a punch. This punch created a sonic boom. It seemed to replace the rumble of thunder as it shot toward Thunder Daoist. Thunder Taoist's eyes narrowed. He had already noticed that there was a well-hidden puppet inside Wang Ping's shadow. He wasn't surprised, but his hands formed a seal. Bursts of thunder appeared, and he threw a punch at the Celestial Guard puppet. The Celestial Guard puppet's punch landed on the thunder. It was like a sharp awl that penetrated through the thunder. It completely ignored the thunder and landed on Thunder Taoist's hand. A destructive force mercilessly entered Thunder Taoist's body through the Celestial Guard's fist. It was as if a storm was set off inside Thunder Taoist's body. As a muffled bang echoed, Thunder Taoist's body trembled, and he retreated a step. His hands felt numb, and the thunder dissipated. His eyes revealed a strange light as he stared at the puppet and laughed. Top-quality puppet. The Immortal Guard puppet took 2 steps back, its eyes revealing a cold gaze. Lightning swam all over its body like silver snakes dancing in a chaotic dance. As Thunder Taoist laughed, he took a step forward. Just as he lifted his foot, the thunder moving through the walls gathered like crazy. The thunder gathered on Thunder Taoist's foot, and then he mercilessly stomped on the ground. The entire world seemed to be collapsing at this moment. The house instantly disappeared without a trace. The thunder formed a ring that spread like crazy, and Wang Ping was the first to bear the brunt. The coldness in the Celestial Guard puppet's eyes became even stronger, and it threw a punch. However, the thunder spread out too much, so it couldn't cover all of it with its power. Seeing that the thunder was about to reach Wang Ping, Qing Yi's expression didn't change. She held Wang Ping's hand and looked at him tenderly. As for Wang Ping, he did not panic at all. It was as if he would not be moved even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. He knew that his father would definitely come. In his eyes, his father was the strongest existence under the starry sky. No one could resist him. Wang Ping's calmness caused Thunder Taoist's gaze to sweep over. After taking a closer look, he was startled as if he had seen through something. The lightning rippled towards Wang Ping with a rumbling sound. However, just as the lightning was about to reach him, an ancient voice reverberated through the heavens and earth. That voice was filled with an ancient aura. It was extremely dense, and when it landed in the surroundings, it instantly caused the lightning ripples that were like wild dragons to stop moving. The blue lightning seemed to have a life of its own. Some of its thin tendrils had even extended to 3 inches in front of Wang Ping. However, at this moment, they were frozen. The voice only said one word: freeze. A giant vortex appeared in the void. A white-haired old man slowly walked out from the vortex. He walked in the air and arrived next to Wang Ping. His right hand casually pointed at the frozen lightning ripple. There was a series of crackling sounds, and cracks instantly spread all over the ring of lightning ripple. In an instant, the cracks spread like crazy. In the blink of an eye, the lightning ripples collapsed. This happened too suddenly. Thunder Taoist sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated 2 steps. His eyes were serious as he stared at Wang Lin. He revealed a cautious expression. He couldn't see through Wang Lin's cultivation. He could see it with his eyes, but with his divine sense, it was as if the old man didn't exist. Wang Ping stared at the old man before him and softly said, "Dad." This call contained his decades of longing. The old man was Wang Lin. His originally dim eyes became cold. This kind of gaze hadn't appeared in his eyes for a long time. Wang Lin slowly said, "Thunder Celestial Temple Messenger." The Celestial Guard flickered and appeared next to Wang Lin. It coldly looked at Thunder Taoist. Thunder Taoist stared at Wang Lin with a serious expression and asked, "Who are you?" Wang Lin looked around. Despite such a big commotion, no villagers had appeared. It was obvious that they had all been knocked unconscious by this person's divine sense. He waved his right hand, and a gentle light surrounded Wang Ping and Qing Yi. At the same time, he took a step forward and disappeared with Wang Ping and Qing Yi. The Celestial Guard quickly followed and disappeared. Thunder Taoist's expression was gloomy as he let out a cold snort and also disappeared. In the western part of planet Ranyun, on a desolate plain, Wang Lin walked out. Wang Ping and Qing Yi also appeared in the gentle light. At the same time, There was a flash of thunder 1,000 feet away, and Thunder Taoist appeared. The moment he stepped out, a large amount of thunder appeared around him. The entire sky darkened and dark clouds filled the sky. Thunder moved through the clouds, creating a shocking scene. Thunder Taoist's voice was cold as he stared at Wang Lin and slowly said, "No matter who you are, leave behind this puppet and the old man will let the three of you go." The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger, and he calmly said, "Even if you let me go, I won't let you go. If I was one step late, my son would have died by your hand. This matter has touched my reverse scale. No matter what your identity is, you must die today." His voice was filled with decisiveness, and killing intent suddenly appeared. At the same time, the celestial guard stepped out from the void. Its entire body gave off a golden glow as it charged at Thunder Taoist. The golden glow was dazzling, and it threw a punch. Thunder Taoist slapped his bag of holding, and a net filled with thunder appeared in his hand. He formed a seal and stretched it out. In an instant, the net grew infinitely larger, as if it had become the world itself. It immediately shrank and surrounded the celestial guard. There were countless runes flashing on this thundernet. It was extremely tough, and even the celestial guard's punch wasn't able to break it. "Old man, you are a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Even with this puppet, it is impossible for you to kill me." After Thunder Taoist threw out the thundernet, he didn't even look at it. His hand formed a seal, and a ray of thunder shot out toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, and he didn't even dodge the thunder. The moment the thunder closed in, he opened his mouth and inhaled. Thunder Taoist was dumbfounded as all of the thunder was devoured by Wang Lin. Bursts of thunder moved around Wang Lin's body, creating crackling sounds. This bit of thunder is not enough. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and a portion of his origin soul entered his hand. In an instant, a ball of thunder appeared in his hand. Although this ball of thunder was only the size of a fist, the moment it appeared, it caused all the dark clouds in the sky to go crazy. In almost an instant, all of the thunder charged out like dragons toward the ball of thunder in Wang Lin's hand. This scene caused Thunder Taoist to gasp. He looked at the thunder in the sky as if it was being attracted. It was like a thunderstorm, and the end of it was the other party's palm. This is the real thunder. Wang Lin's voice was calm as he waved his right hand. The ball of thunder let out a thunderous rumble and flew toward Thunder Taoist. Thunder Taoist's expression changed greatly, and he retreated without any hesitation. He slapped his bag of holding, and a 30-foot long, 1-inch thick, black iron rod appeared in his hand. This iron rod was covered in runes, and there were dark red lines intersecting with each other on it. The moment Wang Lin's ball of thunder closed in, Thunder Taoist mercilessly stabbed the rod into the ground. At the same time, his hands formed seals, and he placed down seals on the rod. Thunder Taoist's eyes became serious, and he shouted, "Thunder of the heavens, gather!" With a rumble, the ball of lightning shot over, but it was immediately attracted by the metal rod. It changed its direction and headed straight for the metal rod. In an instant, a huge amount of lightning energy filled the entire metal rod. All of the talismans lit up, as if they were absorbing energy at an incredible rate. Lightning danced all over the surface of the talismans. However, the power of the lightning ball was too strong. In the next breath, the iron rod emitted cracking sounds as if it couldn't withstand the power. Cracks appeared on its surface. But at this moment, the dark red lines on its surface began to swim along the cracks, as if they were glued together, preventing the iron rod from collapsing. A thunderous rumble came from the ball of thunder. Although a lot of the thunder force had been absorbed, it still smashed into the iron rod. At this moment, the cracks on the entire iron rod began to spread rapidly. Almost in an instant, the red threads had covered the entire iron rod. Thunder Taoist looked at the scene before him, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Just at this moment, the iron rod seemed to be unable to withstand the powerful thunder force. After absorbing all of the ball of thunder, it trembled slightly and suddenly collapsed before Thunder Taoist's eyes. It was as if countless bolts of thunder had exploded across the world. At this moment, the entire planet Ran Yun trembled, and a large amount of famous mountains collapsed. The iron rod collapsed, and a large amount of thunder force spread out. Thunder Taoist bore the brunt of it and retreated more than 10 steps. His face was pale as he stared at Wang Lin and shouted, "You are the Su Mu that pretended to be a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. What cultivation level are you at?" As the thunder force spread out, the thunder net that trapped the Celestial Guard disappeared, and the Celestial Guard stepped out. Wang Lin calmly looked at Thunder Taoist and slowly said, "My cultivation." As he pondered, the celestial spiritual energy in his body erupted. It went from the foundation establishment stage to the soul formation stage, and then to the peak of the late stage of soul transformation. This didn't end. As the celestial spiritual energy inside his body erupted, his cultivation level increased once more to the early stage of ascendant. As the celestial spiritual energy inside Wang Lin's body surged, Thunder Taoist's expression became more and more ugly. Although he looked down on first-step cultivators, this old man's cultivation level continued to rise. He couldn't even guess what level he would reach in the end. The early stage of ascendant wasn't the end. As the celestial spiritual energy inside Wang Lin's body surged, he reached the mid-stage of ascendant. The celestial spiritual energy gradually stabilized and stopped at the mid-stage of ascendant. However, the aura coming from Wang Lin's body became stronger and stronger without any pause. This aura came from his domain. The mid-stage of ascendant couldn't stop the rise of his domain. The aura formed by his domain became stronger and stronger, causing Thunder Taoist's expression to become even more gloomy. The rise of his domain seemed to be endless. It broke through the mid-stage of ascendant and continued to climb like crazy. At this moment, Wang Lin's white hair moved without any wind, and his pondering became even stronger. A powerful aura spread out from Wang Lin's body and gradually covered the entire planet. As his domain continued to spread, it reached the late stage of ascendant. It didn't end, it continued. This scene caused Thunder Taoist's eyelids to twitch. He almost stopped breathing, and a bad feeling appeared in his heart. However, he soon noticed that the domain seemed to have stopped. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and think, this kind of cultivator that is still stuck in the first step is easy to kill. However, is he really like this? At this moment, a huge painting of mountains and rivers appeared in the sky. This painting used the sky as the canvas and the earth as the ink. It was as if a mirage had materialized. In this landscape painting, an underworld river gradually appeared and slowly flowed. However, shortly after, the landscape painting and the underworld river were sucked into Wang Lin's head and disappeared. Wang Lin's domain stopped while Thunder Taoist was shocked, then went crazy once more. He reached the peak of the late stage of ascendant in one fell swoop. His domain stopped here. Thunder Taoist let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Wang Lin's domain had broken through the first step. If that was really the case, then with the help of the puppet, there would be a fierce battle today. You dare to pretend to be a messenger of my Thunder Celestial Temple with just this little bit of cultivation? Thunder Taoist sneered, but there was some doubt in his heart. After all, the ball of thunder that Su Mu had sent out was simply too shocking. This kind of thunder spell was not something an ordinary cultivator could have. He had only seen it from an earth messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. There was another thing that he was suspicious about. While he had scanned the area with his divine sense, he hadn't found this person at all. Even now, although he could clearly see this person's cultivation, he felt like there was a layer of fog separating him, like he was looking at the moon in the water. Wang Lin raised his head. He didn't have much celestial spiritual energy in his body, so he could only stabilize it at the mid-stage. However, his domain had unknowingly reached such a high level, which was outside of Wang Lin's expectations. Moreover, he had only released his life and death domain. The Thunder Might and Karma domain hadn't spread out from his origin soul. As for why Thunder Taoist couldn't see through Wang Lin's cultivation, it was because of the Karma domain. Under the evolution of Wang Lin's domain, unless one was a cultivator that had reached the second step, it would be impossible to see through it. After all, yin and yang was only the transition between the first and second step. Wang Ping stared blankly at his father in front of him. When his father's cultivation base had increased, a faint ripple had appeared in his body. This ripple had clearly been transmitted to his soul, causing him to be even more certain of his previous speculations. Yesterday, on his birthday, his chrysanthemum was repeatedly broken. This birthday is so unforgettable. Today is the third day of the month. Now I'm out of the top 10, but I'm only a few dozen votes away from the 8th place. I'm only a few votes away from the 10th place. I'm going to charge into the top 10 again. Chapter 702. Bitterness appeared in Wang Lin's heart. He held his hand, and the tenderness in her eyes became even stronger. She softly said, "It doesn't matter. No matter what happens to you, I'll be by your side." Wang Ping silently pondered and nodded. Thunder Daoist's expression was gloomy as he stared at Wang Lin and said, "Old man, I'll let you know what it means to be a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple." He raised his right hand, pointed at the sky, and shouted, "Thunder Celestial Beast." Large amounts of thunder came from the boundless sky. This thunder seemed to occupy the entire sky, and at this moment, it condensed like crazy. In an instant, a giant ball of thunder formed above Thunder Daoist. A burst of rumbling thunder echoed across the sky. This sound was filled with majesty, and anyone who heard it would feel their mind tremble. At this moment, all the cultivators on planet Ranyun that were struggling under Thunder Daoist's divine sense, no matter where they were, heard the rumbling thunder. Their minds trembled and the spiritual energy in their bodies moved like crazy, almost uncontrollably. The ball of thunder trembled and suddenly shrank until it turned into an extraordinary thunder beast. This thunder beast was extremely majestic, and it spat out dragon-like lightning from its nose. Its large eyes were filled with pride, as if it was the noblest thing in the world. However, when its gaze fell on Wang Lin, it was startled and revealed a trace of confusion. Thunder Daoist looked at Wang Lin and calmly said, "It is because of this thunder beast that you can be called a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. The crime of impersonating is the death of your family." Wang Lin looked at the thunder beast and slowly said, "Without a thunder horn, how can it be called a thunder beast?" He slapped his bag of holding, and the god-slaying war chariot appeared. With a bang, it turned into a large amount of thunder, an aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens, and the earth filled the air within the lightning glow. A giant beast filled with the might of lightning slowly walked out from the lightning glow. Its appearance resembled a qilin, but it wasn't a qilin. On its head was a silver horn that flickered with electrical radiance, releasing chi-chi sounds. The moment it walked out, Thunder Daoist's expression changed greatly. This was the most shocking moment he had felt since coming to planet Ranyun. This shock was so great that he stared at the giant beast, unable to speak. The thunder beast of the Thunder Celestial Temple above him was covered in thunder as it stared at the giant beast. Its four hooves gently stomped the ground, making it look extremely violent. The god-slaying war chariot raised its head and roared at the sky. Suddenly, the sound of rumbling thunder could be heard as bolts of lightning began to fall. This was not heavenly tribulation, but rather a divine ability of the beast. The thunder beast of the Thunder Celestial Temple spat out thick lightning from its nose. It seemed like it couldn't bear it, and also let out a roar. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's thunder beast's eyes. When thunder beasts met, if their masters weren't there, they would immediately fight to the death. This was very different from other celestial beasts. A ray of thunder appeared under Wang Lin's thunder beast. The beast didn't hesitate to charge at the Thunder Celestial Temple's thunder beast. The thunder beast's eyes were filled with panic. Its bloodline wasn't pure, but it could clearly feel that the other party's thunder was powerful. However, the dignity in its soul couldn't be trampled on. It let out another roar and didn't retreat as it charged forward. Bursts of thunder rumbled as the two thunder beasts began to fight. At this moment, it was as if the world was shaking and everything became dark. This is a silver-horned thunder beast. Thunder Taoist's gaze fell on the silver horn on Wang Lin's thunder beast, and his eyes were filled with shock. Possessing a thunder beast and proficient in thunder spells, Thunder Taoist revealed a bitter expression. If it wasn't for the fact that he was ordered to investigate this matter and was certain that no messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple had come 70 years ago, he would have thought that Wang Lin was also a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. It wasn't that the Thunder Celestial Temple didn't have silver-horned thunder beasts, but they were very rare and were only in the hands of a few messengers. If he could obtain a silver-horned thunder beast, then his status in the Thunder Celestial Temple would increase a lot. He looked at the horn on the thunder beast's head, and there was a flash of greed in his eyes. Then he looked at Wang Lin and no longer wasted any time. His hand formed a seal, and as he pulled them apart, there was a flash of lightning and a silver longsword condensed. Thunder Taoist's right hand formed a seal and pointed forward. The silver longsword turned into a bolt of lightning and charged at the Celestial Guard puppet. As long as I kill this person, this ownerless thunder beast will be mine. Thunder Taoist threw out the flying sword and stepped forward. He opened his hand and shouted, "Thunder Celestial Retribution." A bolt of purple lightning suddenly appeared above his hand and formed a lightning net. It let out a series of rumbling sounds as it charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, but his pupils shrank slightly. This Thunder Taoist was indeed worthy of being an illusory cultivator. Not only was his celestial spiritual energy powerful, his control over thunder was also amazing. This person's domain is likely related to thunder. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. His right hand slapped his bag of holding, and a golden celestial brush appeared in his hand. Holding the celestial brush, Wang Lin waved it in the air, and a rune appeared. He didn't stop and continued to draw at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he had drawn 7 strokes. 7 strokes was the limit. With each stroke, a part of his origin soul would enter the rune. When he finished the 7 strokes, his origin soul had split into 7 parts. Wang Lin's origin soul had mutated after devouring half of the ancient thunder dragon. Now that 7 parts of his origin soul had fused with the ancient thunder dragon, the rune no longer gave off a golden glow but white thunder. Not only did it contain the might of a celestial, but it also contained the might of heavenly lightning. As the runes took form, a series of crisp crackling sounds echoed nonstop. An unimaginably vast might burst forth from it like a storm. This pressure was the true might of thunder. It was not something any thunder spell could compare to. When the might of the heavenly thunder spread out, even the thunder beasts fighting in the distance stopped and looked over. With their understanding of thunder, they could clearly feel that this rune contained a trace of ancient heavenly thunder. This ancient heavenly thunder came from the ancient thunder dragon. The ancient thunder dragon had the power to control thunder for the heavens. At this moment, after Wang Lin devoured half of the ancient thunder dragon, this power gradually entered his origin soul. It could even be said that Wang Lin's origin thunder was above all thunder in the world. If Thunder Taoist used other spells, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, if he used a thunder spell, then he had no chance of winning against Wang Lin. Even if his cultivation level was high, unless he reached the true second step, it was still not enough. Wang Lin had an absolute advantage when it came to thunder. No thunder spell in the world could hurt him. In other words, Wang Lin was a living ancient thunder dragon in this world. After finishing the 7-stroke runes, Wang Lin's pen pointed forward. The runes shot out like thunder toward Thunder Taoist. Thunder Taoist's expression was gloomy. He clenched his teeth, and the purple thunder in his hand suddenly shot out and collided with the runes. Boom! The runes collapsed and turned into endless power. It carried Wang Lin's 7 strands of origin soul and directly imprinted on Thunder Taoist's body. The purple thunder in Thunder Taoist's hand suddenly collapsed, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body felt like it had been hit by a storm, and he retreated like crazy. Boom, 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 boom. Every time there was an explosion, a strand of origin soul would echo inside Thunder Taoist's body. He coughed out several mouthfuls of blood and continued to retreat. When the last strand of Origin's soul echoed, Thunder Taoist's face was pale, and he had already retreated 1,000 feet. The terror in his eyes was monstrous. This was the first time in his life that he had lost to a thunder spell. He even had a feeling that compared to Thunder Taoist, this Su Mu was the real messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple, and he was the fake. This feeling of confusion caused him to take a deep breath and his eyes to become even more gloomy. Wang Lin let out a sigh in his heart. Thunder Taoist was indeed worthy of being an illusory cultivator. He was only injured by the runes, and his foundation wasn't shaken. The celestial spiritual energy inside his body was too dense, and there was also a trace of origin energy inside it. This caused the thunder that entered his body to be constantly disintegrated by the origin energy. You are very strong. I'm afraid you lived in seclusion on planet Ranyun to comprehend. If you were given another 100 years, perhaps you would become even stronger. If your cultivation level was the same as mine, the old man would without a doubt die in today's battle. Unfortunately, your cultivation stopped at the first step of cultivation. Thunder Taoist took a deep breath, and all the injuries in his body instantly recovered. However, Wang Lin clearly found that there seemed to be less origin energy in Thunder Taoist's body. Thunder Taoist said in a serious tone, "I'll ask you one last time. Hand over the silver-horned thunder beast and the puppet, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you will without a doubt die today. What I used before was only an ordinary spell, but if you continue to be stubborn, I'll use an origin energy spell unique to second-step cultivators. You won't be able to resist it." Thunder Taoist said in a serious tone. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slapped his bag of holding, and a large sword appeared in his hand. The tip of the sword pointed down, and he calmly said, "Make your move. Let me see the origin energy spell of an illusory cultivator." Whether it was the Huan family's ancestor, Qin Quizi, or Thunder Taoist, Wang Lin found one thing in common among them, and that was origin energy. It was obvious that origin energy was the focus of second-step cultivators. This battle could be said to be the first time Wang Lin had personally fought against an illusory cultivator. The powerful recovery ability of an illusory cultivator made Wang Lin's heart very gloomy. Thunder Taoist's gaze went past Wang Lin and landed on Wang Ping and Qingyi. His eyes revealed a strange light, and he slowly said, "You gave up comprehension for a dead person. This is something that the old man doesn't understand." Wang Lin suddenly raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot as he slowly raised the sword in his hand and coldly said, "Shut up." The top 10 of the monthly votes were a place of controversy. When he went up, there would be people scolding him, and now that he came down, there would be even more scolding. Taoist was already used to this kind of scolding. It had never stopped since he started writing. Everyone had a temper. His Root's temper was already very good, but these curses were a bit too unpleasant to hear. Today, the surname Suwa is not the third watch, but the fourth watch. 11,000 words. I beg all fellow Taoists to vote monthly, so that Root can go up another 10 times and shut up these people's mouths. Chapter 703. Thunder Taoist's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had used a spell with his eyes. He suddenly looked at Wang Ping, who was behind Wang Lin. Under this gaze, Wang Ping felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if all his secrets had been seen through by the other party, and all of them had been seen through. Wang Lin's strength had already touched Thunder Taoist's bottom line. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to use an origin energy spell, because origin energy was simply too rare. With his cultivation, unless it was a life and death situation, he wouldn't casually use it. After all, the more he used it, the longer he would be stuck at the yin and yang stage. If he couldn't break through within 1,000 years, then his cultivation would stop for the rest of his life. He only had less than 300 years left, so he didn't want to casually use this origin energy spell. Right now, what he dreaded the most was that thunder. Thunder Taoist analyzed in his heart that this thunder was related to this person's domain. If he could break this person's domain, then he might be able to win without using an origin energy spell. Let the old man take another look. So to resentful soul. The old man already noticed that there was a problem. How could this mortal resist the old man's divine sense? When I saw the puppet, I thought it was because of its help, but now it seems I was wrong. Thunder Taoist laughed. His words were calm, but there was a hint of viciousness in them. However, his eyes suddenly shrank, and he stopped talking. He looked at Wang Ping with a hint of monstrous horror in his eyes. This is sword energy. This sword energy is too terrifying. Thunder Taoist gasped and immediately retreated. His scalp felt numb. Just now, he had seen 2 rays of sword energy inside Wang Ping's body with his eyes. Madman, this person is a madman. This kind of sword energy is actually used to condense a soul into a body. The old man can't fight him. Quickly retreat. Thunder Taoist's body trembled, and he didn't hesitate to speed up toward the Thunder Beast. The 2 rays of sword energy inside Wang Ping's body had completely frightened him. Wang Ping was silent. He stared at his father's back for a long time without saying anything. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Thunder Taoist, who was trying to escape. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Tianho's sword energy wasn't inside his body, he would have already released it to kill Thunder Taoist. Without any hesitation, he raised the sword in his hand and slashed down. A portion of the origin energy that had fused with the primordial spirit immediately separated and fused with the sword, dissipating into the world. As Thunder Taoist retreated, his expression changed once more. He immediately felt a terrifying aura descend from the heavens. Essence Force God Art. How can you use Essence Force God Art? Thunder Taoist's expression changed greatly, and he felt a sense of life and death crisis. After all, he wasn't as strong as the Huan family's ancestor. The Huan family's ancestor's true cultivation had reached the early stage of Nirvana Scryer. Even though his cultivation had fallen, he was still much stronger than ordinary yin and yang cultivators. During this moment of crisis, he immediately pointed to between his eyebrows, and his eyes released a white light. This white light was gentle and contained origin energy. In an instant, a portion of origin energy split off from Thunder Taoist's body and charged out from the top of his head. At this instant, the entire world trembled, and a faintly discernible aura filled the area. Thunder Taoist's face was pale. It was obvious that using Essence Force God Art was a big burden on him. Origin Energy Thunder Furnace. Thunder Taoist let out a roar, and even more origin energy was released from the top of his head. The world changed. This kind of change was a real change and not an illusion. The sky slowly descended, and the surroundings began to descend. The earth slowly rose. As the rumbling sounds echoed, the ground under Thunder Taoist's feet continued to shake. The world changed in an instant. At this moment, there was no longer a world, only a giant blue furnace. The world had turned into a giant furnace. The sky was the lid, and the earth was the body. This was an origin energy spell. At this moment, the beast from the Thunder Celestial Temple that was fighting Wang Lin's Thunder Beast let out a roar. It dragged its injured body and landed on the furnace. In an instant, a carving-like existence appeared on the originally empty furnace. The carvings were the Thunder Beast. Sumu, this is the old man's origin energy spell. Let's see which one of us will survive. When the world turned into the furnace, Thunder Taoist's voice was like the might of the heavens. Thunder rumbled within the cauldron as countless bolts of lightning appeared in a frenzy. The lightning cauldron, formed by the heavens and earth, was like a furnace of the heavens and earth. As more and more lightning bolts appeared, it began to refine the lightning. The sword in Wang Lin's hand simply fell, but the mysterious aura it gave off filled the entire furnace. This sword that contained law didn't cut down on anything but the law of the heavens. Bolts of thunder continued to fall toward Wang Lin. This thunder wasn't born from the heavens and earth. It was formed by Thunder Taoist's will. Not only did it contain a spell, but it also contained Tao intent. The heavenly chop landed. In Wang Lin's eyes, the giant furnace that had turned into the heavens and earth seemed to become an illusion. Strands of blue lines filled the surroundings, and it was these lines that formed the furnace. The sword chopped down, and the lines collapsed one by one like a hot knife through butter. Thunder Taoist's muffled groan came from the heavens and earth. At the same time, even more origin energy rushed out from his body and formed the lines to keep the furnace intact. Shortly after, even more Tao thunder descended. Every bolt that landed on Wang Lin's body caused his body to tremble. If it wasn't for the fact that his origin soul had mutated, any other ascendant cultivator would have immediately dissipated under this much Tao thunder. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. At this instant, the Celestial Guard, which was also inside the furnace, waved its fists like crazy. The entire world seemed to tremble at this moment. Although the thunder here was powerful, the Celestial Guard's body was even stronger, so it couldn't be damaged at all. Each of its fists was equivalent to an illusory spell, and when they landed on the furnace, they were the biggest threat to Thunder Taoist. In addition to the Celestial Guard, the Lightning Beast also roared. Lightning flickered around its body, and the silver horn on its head began to shine with a golden light. Boundless lightning spread out from its body, spreading out in all directions and causing the huge cauldron to shake even more violently. Thunder Taoist let out another muffled groan, and a large amount of origin energy flowed out of his body into the furnace. Refined for the old man, after writing for an entire day, he had written 3 chapters of 9,000 words. However, today's eruption wasn't over. He continued to write. There is still one more chapter of 3,000 words. I'm not even going to eat yet. I'm going to risk it all. I'm begging for monthly votes. I'm going to kill my way up. Chapter 704. A ferocious voice echoed. As the Tao thunder descended from the furnace, it released a purple flame. In an instant, the inside of the furnace became a sea of fire. As the thunder and fire intersected, the power of the heavenly chop became even more intense. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. The origin energy inside his origin soul couldn't compare to the opponent's, so he couldn't display the full power of the heavenly chop. Just as the Huan family's ancestors said, if Wang Lin reached the second step, even if he was at the yin and yang stage, the power of the heavenly chop would increase greatly. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he put away the big sword. He looked at the thunder beast that was covered in thunder. Wang Lin bit the tip of his finger and used his blood to draw an extremely complex rune. This rune was filled with an ancient feeling, as if it had existed for a very long time. The moment the rune appeared, the thunder beast trembled and turned its head to look at Wang Lin. Third seal open. Wang Lin waved his right hand. The rune penetrated all the thunder and landed between the thunder beast's eyebrows. The thunder beast's body trembled violently, and an expression of pain appeared on its face. A shocking roar came from its mouth, and as its body trembled, a row of sharp spikes came out of its back. Rays of cold light continuously flashed on these ferocious spikes, and there was also a dense amount of lightning crackling around them. A vast aura suddenly rose from the giant cauldron. This aura gave off a heaven-defying aura. It could even defy the heavens, let alone an origin energy spell. The thunder beast's body instantly grew several times larger, and the thunder around its body turned from silver to black. The black thunder carried a destructive aura as it rushed out from the thunder beast's body. The thunder beast let out another roar and flew into the air. A complex beast language came from its mouth. In an instant, the thunder beast from the thunder celestial temple trembled and came out of the furnace. It lay on the ground and didn't dare to raise its head at all. Before, it only felt that its kind was stronger than it, but its pride made it dare to fight. But at this moment, deep fear emerged from the depths of its soul. In its eyes, those of the same species seemed to have transformed, as if they had turned into their ancestor from the distant past. They were irresistible. Now that the lightning beast had its third seal undone, its entire body flashed with lightning. In an instant, the lightning reached its limit, and pitch-black bolts of lightning spread out madly from its body in a seemingly endless fashion. They turned into black thunderstorms that spread out madly with loud rumbling sounds. At this moment, the celestial guard's body also shone with golden light. The golden light slowly turned red and then orange. The power contained within its fist grew even stronger. Boom! The storm of thunder raged and spread to the entire cauldron. Countless cracks appeared on the cauldron, and they continued to crack. Boom! The celestial guard's fists rained down on the cauldron, causing even more cracks to appear. A powerful force spread out. Thunder Taoist's origin energy entered his body like crazy. He had no time to feel heartache over his origin energy. This was the most difficult battle he had fought since becoming a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. It was a life-or-death battle. However, the speed at which his origin energy entered his body was obviously slower than the Thunder Beast that had broken the third seal and the Celestial Guard that was using spells. Just at this moment of crisis, Wang Lin's eyes became cold. This time, he didn't take out the large sword but raised his right hand. His two fingers formed a sword, and he mercilessly chopped down. Heavenly chop. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An indescribable rumble echoed across the world. The surrounding cauldron collapsed into pieces and exploded in all directions. There was black lightning moving across each fragment. Popping sounds echoed across the world as the fragments collapsed a second time. Wang Lin's face was pale. After using the heavenly chop twice in a row, the origin energy in his origin soul was severely lacking. Even his cultivation was showing signs of dropping. If he lost even a bit more origin energy, his cultivation would fall. His body flickered, and the world before him returned to normal. When he landed on the ground, Wang Lin took a deep breath. Although his face was pale, the coldness in his eyes became even stronger. Thunder Taoist's figure appeared in the sky. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood and turned around to escape. He was afraid. He had fought countless battles in his life, but none had been as strange as today. The opponent was clearly only an ascendant cultivator, but the spells he had used made his scalp tingle. When he thought about those two rays of sword energy, his mind trembled, and he hated himself for not being fast enough. The Celestial Guard quickly chased after him. As for the Thunder Beast, it let out a roar and chased after the Celestial Guard. "Father, is what he said true?" Wang Ping's voice rang out softly. In the battle just now, Thunder Taoist's spell didn't affect Wang Ping or Qing. In his view, the two rays of sword energy inside Wang Ping's body were things he didn't want to provoke. Wang Lin's face was extremely pale. He slowly turned around and looked at Wang Ping. After a long time, he nodded. Wang Ping looked at his father and faintly smiled. This smile was very carefree, and he calmly said, "Dad, this is the real reason you don't want me to cultivate. This is also the reason why Qing, Yi, and I still don't have any children. Because I'm already dead." Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sadness. He looked at Wang Ping and softly said, "You didn't die." Wang Ping shook his head and smiled. "Dad, you taught me before that if I meet a mountain, I can step over it. If I meet a river, I can cross it. Even if it is the heavens, I can go against it." "Dad, thank you. In truth, I already had the answer in my heart a long time ago, but I didn't dare to face it, didn't dare to find out. Why can't I cultivate? Why don't I have any children? Why haven't I gotten sick in more than 70 years? Why haven't I felt tired? Also, why I clearly know that I have reached the end, but my body still doesn't feel anything. Now I understand all of this." Wang Ping looked at Wang Lin. His smile was carefree, but there was also a hint of reluctance. "Dad, Wang Ping, don't have a mother. I only have father. Thank you for your company." Wang Ping felt like he was going to cry, but he found that he had no tears. "So I don't even have tears." Wang Ping bitterly looked at his father and softly said, "Dad, take care. Ping Er wasn't able to fulfill his promise and won't be able to accompany you forever. the sadness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. Back then, when Lu Mei gave Wang Ping to him, even though he had given Wang Ping a pill and used a thunder spell to get rid of most of the resentment, he found out that Wang Ping had died a long time ago. A mortal's life is very short, and even a resentful soul is the same. The only thing that exists is a sliver of its soul. This soul is surrounded by resentment and can't enter the reincarnation cycle. This is the root of a resentful soul. What Lu Mei gave to Wang Lin was this sliver of soul. This sliver of soul can't cultivate and can't cultivate. Once it cultivates, the resentment will erupt, and from then on, it will truly disappear. It was even more impossible for Wang Ping to hide his cultivation from Wang Lin, because his body was formed by a strand of sword energy. Using one strand of Ling Tianho's sword energy to form his body and another strand of sword energy to protect the resentful soul, this was Wang Ping. His growth was only a spell. Wang Ping, who had lived for more than 70 years, was Wang Lin's celestial spell. Wang Lin softly said, "Your promise will come true. Trust me." Wang Ping looked at his father as he held Qing Yi's hand and softly said, "Dad, let Qing Yi go." He turned around and looked profoundly at Qing Yi. He revealed a gentle smile and softly said, "If there is a next life, if I can enter the reincarnation cycle, Qing Yi, I'll come find you." Qing Yi's tears flowed down. She opened her mouth to say something, but Wang Ping smiled and shook his head. He looked at the sky and softly said, "Dad, Qing Yi, I'm leaving." Wang Ping's eyes were filled with reluctance. He wanted to be with Qing Yi, to be by his father's side. Always, always. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to his childhood. During the 19 years he spent in the mountain village, he drank medicine every day and revealed a happy smile. "Dad, the medicine is very bitter." He seemed to see the scene of his father using a spell to disperse the resentment in his body every night. He saw that the medicine wasn't absorbed by his body, but fused into his soul. This was because his body couldn't absorb the medicine. He seemed to see that his body was actually a ray of golden sword energy. He seemed to see that his soul was also surrounded by a ray of golden sword energy. No wonder when I was a child, I always dreamed that I was in a golden world. Wang Ping's eyes closed. At this moment, his body shined with a golden light and turned into a ray of sword energy that hovered beside Wang Lin. Then, another ray of sword energy appeared. On the ground, there was only a ball of white light that quietly floated. Inside it was a black thread that intertwined. This black thread was the last bit of resentment. Wang Lin stared at the ball of light. After a long time, he raised his right hand and gently touched it. The black thread dissipated. After experiencing the reincarnation cycle, Wang Lin had finally dispelled all the resentment he had for his child. There were rare tears in his eyes as he gently held the ball of light, like he was holding the baby from the past. The wind blew and the ball of light showed signs of dissipating, but Wang Lin didn't let go. He knew that if he let go, Wang Ping, who was no longer surrounded by resentment, would enter the reincarnation cycle. "Ping Er, your promise will come true." Wang Lin held the ball of light and pressed it against his forehead. It entered the heaven-defying bead, and he placed it next to Li Muan's nascent soul. "From now on, your mother is Wang Er." Wang Lin turned and walked away. "Dad!" Qing Yi knelt on the ground. The sorrow in her eyes was no less than Wang Lin's. Qing Yi's eyes were filled with tears as she softly said, "Dad, I have a promise with Wang Ping. Even if I have to go to the Yellow Springs, I will accompany him. Take me away, even if I become a soul, as long as I can accompany Wang Ping." "Dad, this is what you said to me in the past. It was you who told me to stay with Wang Ping. You don't regret it?" "I don't." Wang Lin left, and he also took Qing Yi's soul that didn't have any regrets. His figure gradually changed from old to old as the sun set. His hair was no longer white and gradually turned black. His slightly hunchbacked body slowly straightened. Under the setting sun, the Wang Lin from 70 years ago gradually walked into the void. One reincarnation cycle was over. Fourth night watch. Very tired, very tired. I haven't been this tired in a long time. Alas. Chapter 705. Not far away, there was still a thunder beast lying on the ground. Its body involuntarily trembled. When it saw Wang Lin step into the void, it hesitated for a bit before standing up and following. In the void, Wang Lin's black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were emotionless, as if he had seen through everything in the world. In this life, Wang Ping wasn't the only one who entered the reincarnation cycle. Wang Lin himself also entered the reincarnation cycle. His cultivation had broken through the early stage of Ascendant and reached the mid-stage of Ascendant. His domain had also reached the late stage of Ascendant after this life. As long as he had enough celestial jades, Wang Lin was confident he could truly become a late-stage Ascendant cultivator. I can win against illusory cultivators, but it is extremely difficult. Also, each battle requires me to consume a lot of origin energy. Right now, my origin energy has reached its limit and I can't consume any more. As for corporeal yang cultivators, I can't match them at all, so I must quickly leave. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a pondering expression. The first step and second step are indeed like a ravine that can't be easily crossed. Even if my cultivation reaches the late stage of Ascendant, if I don't have origin energy, I'm still no match for yin and yang cultivators. However, how can I obtain origin energy? Wang Lin stepped into the void and quickly broke through the atmosphere. He charged into the stars toward where the celestial guard and the thunder beast were chasing. Behind him, the thunder beast from the thunder celestial temple was still following him, but it maintained a certain distance. The most important thing right now is to obtain enough celestial jades and find a way to increase origin energy. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he revealed a decisive expression. While he was in space, he slapped his bag of holding, and the star compass flew out. Wang Lin sat down on it, and then he turned into a ray of silver light and flew off into the depths of space. The thunder beast behind him was startled for a moment before it turned into a ray of lightning and chased after Wang Lin. Wang Lin already knew that the thunder beast was following him, so he moved at full speed toward where the celestial guard was. The silver light turned into a violent whistling sound as it pierced through the starry sky like a rainbow. Shortly after, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes and popping sounds echoed in his ears. In the distance, Thunder Taoist was in a sorry state. His hands were covered in thunder as he fought the celestial guard and was forced to retreat. Beside him was the thunder beast that had its third seal released. It let out a roar and charged like crazy. The horn on its head released a powerful ray of thunder, causing Thunder Taoist to have to dodge. His face was pale, and there was a trace of despair. Thunder Taoist immediately saw the silver light coming from the distance. When he realized it was Wang Lin, the despair in his eyes became even stronger. He had already used most of the origin energy in his body. If he continued to use origin energy, his cultivation level would fall, and he would never be able to reach the corporeal yang stage again. Moreover, he was a little scared, especially those two sword chis. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. He had to kill Thunder Taoist. He was a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. If he didn't kill him and allowed him to escape, there would be endless trouble in the future. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and 7 treasured swords flew out. They formed the 7-star sword formation and shot toward Thunder Taoist. The Celestial Guard gave off an orange glow and threw a punch. Thunder Taoist's hand moved before him to block, and as the thunder rumbled, he retreated once more. At the same time, the thunder horn on the thunder beast hissed, and a bolt of purple thunder as thick as an arm shot out toward Thunder Taoist. Thunder Taoist's expression was gloomy. Along the way, he had been besieged by the thunder beast and the puppet, making it impossible for him to escape at full speed. Moreover, without the thunder beast, although he could still fly, his speed was a lot slower. At this moment, the 7-star sword formation closed in and rotated around Thunder Taoist. Thunder Taoist slapped his bag of holding and took out a jade that was covered in lightning. After crushing it, thunder flew out and moved through his body, forming a curtain of lightning. The 7-star sword formation stabbed into the curtain of thunder, and popping sounds echoed. The curtain of thunder trembled violently. Thunder Taoist stared at Wang Lin and quickly said, "Fellow cultivator Su, I was reckless this time. Why must you kill me? Besides, I'm a member of the Thunder Celestial Temple. If fellow cultivator kills me, it will be difficult for you to move an inch in the Luo Tian star system. If I don't kill you, it will be difficult for me to move an inch." Wang Lin's voice was cold as he slapped his bag of holding, and the 1 billion soul flag flew out. The moment the 30-foot-long flag appeared, it let out ghostly wails that could shake one's origin soul. With a shake, all of the soul fragments inside the 1 billion soul flag flew out. Not only were there soul transformation soul fragments, there were even some ascendant soul fragments. After the 4th soul returned, although the number of ordinary soul fragments didn't reach 1 billion, the power of the 1 billion soul flag was even stronger than it was in the Suzaku star system. After all, there were simply too many powerful soul fragments here. Countless soul fragments spread out and surrounded the area. Then the powerful soul fragments fused with each other, forming 3 ultimate primary souls. One of the primary souls was a giant qilin covered in black gas. Its eyes were cold and filled with ferocity. The second primary soul was a 30-foot-tall giant covered in black gas. Its body was filled with dense soul force and gave off a powerful aura that could shake the soul. The third primary soul was a thin, black needle. It was invisible, and even with divine sense, it was difficult to detect its existence. It was the most mysterious 4th soul inside the 1 billion soul flag. These 3 ultimate primary souls were formed by fusing all the soul fragments inside the 1 billion soul flag. They were the most powerful spells that Wang Lin could control. Wang Lin shouted, "Kill!" The 3 ultimate primary souls immediately charged forward. Together with the Celestial Guard, the Thunder Beast, and the 7-star sword formation, they launched a thunderous attack on the Thunder Curtain. Thunder Taoist's pupil shrank. His face turned pale, and his despair became even stronger. One puppet and the Thunder Beast were already difficult for him to deal with, and now there were 3 more powerful soul fragments. As long as the Thunder Curtain shattered, Thunder Taoist believed that he would die in just a few breaths of time. "Sumu, don't force me. Every messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple has a life-saving spell. Old man, at worst, I'll just sacrifice my lifespan." Thunder Taoist's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Wang Lin. He felt bitter in his heart. Once he used that life-saving spell, it would be fine if he had enough origin energy, but if he didn't, he would have to sacrifice his lifespan. Not only would his lifespan decrease, his cultivation would also decrease greatly due to his origin energy being depleted. He would fall back to the first step, the soul transformation stage. Most importantly, he wasn't sure if he could injure Wang Lin with that life-saving spell. After all, Wang Lin had too many spells and treasures, especially those 2 rays of sword energy. Just thinking about them made Thunder Taoist's scalp go numb. Once he used up that life-saving spell, what awaited him would still be death. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he slowly said, "It is you who is forcing me, not I who is forcing you." Thunder Taoist bitterly said, "There is no unresolvable hatred between us. What do I have to do for you to let me go?" Wang Lin stared at Thunder Taoist inside the Thunder Curtain. After pondering a bit, he said, "Recognize me as your master and let me leave an imprint on you." Thunder Taoist silently pondered. The Thunder Curtain around him was about to collapse under the bombardment of the outside world. Thunder Taoist clenched his teeth and said, "Okay, the old man agrees." There was a flash of viciousness in his heart, and he thought, "This person's cultivation is not as good as mine. Even if I imprint the old man as a slave, it won't last long. It will only take a while for the old man's origin energy to recover a bit. He will definitely escape and report this to the Thunder Celestial Temple to kill this person to vent his anger. Wang Lin slowly said. Scatter the thunder curtain. Thunder Taoist hesitated for a bit. At this moment, the thunder curtain was about to collapse. His eyes lit up and he waved his right hand, causing the thunder curtain to dissipate. At the moment it dissipated, Thunder Taoist's heart was in his throat. The seven-star sword formation was right next to his body, and the Celestial Guard's fist was 3 inches away from him, motionless. On the side, the Thunder Beast's eyes gave off thunder and crackling sounds. Its eyes were filled with hostility. The 3 ultimate primary souls were wandering around the area. They would occasionally reveal their gazes and coldly look at Thunder Taoist. Wang Lin stared at Thunder Taoist, and his eyes gradually revealed a mysterious light. He slapped his bag of holding, and the restriction flag flew out. Wang Lin pointed with his right hand, and everything inside the restriction flag flew out. It formed a crystal restriction array before Wang Lin. His left hand formed a seal and pointed at the restriction array. There was a flash of crystal light, and the restriction array flew out toward Thunder Taoist. Thunder Taoist didn't dodge, but clenched his teeth and allowed the restriction array to enter between his eyebrows. It quickly penetrated his meridians and went straight for his origin soul. The moment it touched his origin soul, the restriction array melted and formed a restriction net that surrounded his origin soul. He looked inside himself and thought, this restriction is a bit strange, but no restriction can withstand the impact of origin energy. Once the old man's origin energy recovers a bit, he will be able to break it. This is only the first step of the restriction. There is still the second step. After Wang Lin finished speaking, he turned around and stepped on the star compass. He turned into a ray of silver light and flew off into the distance. Thunder Taoist had to follow. With so many threats around him, he could only keep up. In the distance, the Thunder Beast from the Thunder Celestial Temple saw this. It hesitated for a bit before turning around to escape. Wang Lin's cold snort came from the void. The Thunder Beast trembled and no longer dared to escape, so it followed Wang Lin. When he was chasing earlier, Wang Lin noticed that there was a gray planet not far away. This planet was obviously abandoned. There was no spiritual energy on it, and it looked lifeless. Wang Lin's speed was very fast as he charged toward the planet. Shortly after, he landed on the gray planet. Looking around, the earth was gray and there was a storm raging. There were also countless poisonous auras that could instantly kill mortals. After landing on the ground, Wang Lin's right foot stomped and a gully appeared on the ground. Wang Lin's 2 fingers formed a sword and a ray of sword energy flew out and danced around the gully. Soon, a brand new cave was carved out by the sword energy. Wang Lin stepped into the cave. Thunder Taoist was forced to follow. This cave was very large and had a total of 4 rooms. There was also a hall in the middle with sword energy covering the walls and some dust that had just formed. After entering the cave, Wang Lin waved his sleeves and a gust of wind blew all the dust away. Turning around to look at Thunder Taoist, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light and he said, after placing the second restriction, I won't kill you all. Thunder Taoist silently pondered as he looked at the puppets that Wang Lin hadn't taken back yet. After a long time, he nodded and said, okay. Wang Lin sat down and his hands formed a seal. Restrictions flew out from his hands and entered Thunder Taoist's body. At the same time, Wang Lin said, when I place the restriction, you can't resist. Otherwise, don't blame me for not keeping my promise. Thunder Taoist didn't speak but closed his eyes. He sneered his heart and thought, old man, I want to see what kind of method you have for this seal. Once the old man recovers, any seal will be easily broken. Wang Lin revealed a gloomy smile. Only by refining Thunder Taoist into a Celestial Guard would he feel completely at ease. This Thunder Taoist completely met the requirements for refining a Celestial Guard, and there was also the Thunder Beast outside. If the 2 of them fused, the success rate would increase greatly. Moreover, even if it failed, it didn't matter. For Wang Lin, there was no loss. Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of origin energy that turned into countless runes and landed on Thunder Taoist's body. Thunder Taoist's body trembled, and he suddenly opened his eyes. He stared at Wang Lin, and after a long time, he let out a cold snort in his heart. He closed his eyes once more and allowed Wang Lin's origin energy to enter his body. Just as he closed his eyes once more, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he slapped his bag of holding. The soul lasher appeared in his hand, and he mercilessly lashed out. Thunder Taoist opened his eyes once more and shouted, "What are you doing?" Wang Lin was too fast, but the whip was even faster. The moment Thunder Taoist spoke, the whip landed on Thunder Taoist's body. It wasn't just once. Instead, the moment the whip touched his body, the soul lasher lashed out 6 times. With lightning speed, it lashed out 6 times consecutively. Snapping sounds echoed, and Thunder Taoist's body trembled violently. His face turned pale, and his eyes dimmed. His origin soul was pulled out from his body. He was about to resist when the Celestial Guard took a step forward, and the Thunder Beast let out a roar. The 3 ultimate primary souls also let out roars that echoed across the cave. At the same time, the 7-star sword formation released sword energy. The 7 swords fused into one and chopped down from the sky. There were 7 evil beast souls roaring on the sword energy, preventing Thunder Taoist's origin soul from returning to his body. The restriction that Wang Lin had placed on Thunder Taoist's origin soul erupted. It formed a net of lightning that trapped Thunder Taoist's origin soul. Chapter 706. Thunder Taoist shouted, "Su Mu, you didn't keep your promise." Wang Lin's eyes were calm. Thunder Taoist had been seriously injured, and almost all his origin energy had been used up. In order to survive, he had to agree to Wang Lin's request, which gave Wang Lin a great opportunity to refine a Celestial Guard puppet. The first thing to refine a Celestial Guard was to ensure that the person being refined was willing. "I didn't break my promise, but if you aren't willing, you won't succeed with the second restriction. In order to prevent any accidents, I naturally have to bring out your origin soul," Wang Lin calmly said as he pointed at the void. The Celestial Guard, the Thunder Beast, and the others surrounded Thunder Taoist's origin soul. If Thunder Taoist made any movements, they wouldn't hesitate to attack. Wang Lin didn't look at Thunder Taoist's origin soul. His right hand reached out and grabbed Thunder Taoist's origin soul. He took Thunder Taoist's bag of holding and placed it on the side. Then he closed his eyes and spat out another mouthful of origin energy that surrounded Thunder Taoist's body. Thunder Taoist's origin soul was extremely gloomy as he coldly looked at Wang Lin. He wanted to see what kind of imprint this Su Mu was going to place. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin's origin energy continued to spit out, turning into lightning that entered Thunder Taoist's body. In a flash, several days passed. Thunder Taoist's body continued to thin until he was almost a bag of bones. However, there was lightning moving inside his body like lightning. There was also a flash of bronze light on his body, making him look very strange. Thunder Taoist's origin soul stared at Wang Lin for several days, and the shock in his eyes became even stronger. At the beginning, he didn't know what Wang Lin was going to do, but after a few days, he suddenly realized that Su Mu was going to refine him into a puppet. The shock in his eyes turned into horror, especially when his gaze fell on the Celestial Guard puppet. Although he was only an origin soul, he still felt a chill all over his body. Could it be that this puppet was refined by this person like this? What is the origin of this person? How could he know such a vicious refining method? Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at the corpse that was covered in bronze light. His eyes revealed a strange light. No wonder it's the body of an illusory cultivator. Even without any metal element, it can reach bronze rank. If I add some heavenly treasures, it will rise even higher. When Thunder Taoist saw Wang Lin open his eyes, he immediately roared, "Su Mu, what are you doing?" The old man only agreed to be your slave, but he didn't agree to be your puppet. During these past few days, he had roared many times, but Wang Lin continued to refine his body and completely ignored him. He had watched his body being refined for several days, and this made his hatred for Wang Lin even stronger. However, he didn't dare to act recklessly. With the seal on his origin soul, the Celestial Guard, the Thunder Beast, and the three primary souls surrounding him, Thunder Taoist knew that any move he made would result in his death. Noisy, Wang Lin frowned and waved his right hand. Two rays of Ling Tianho's sword energy flew out. In an instant, the entire cave was filled with sword energy filled with a domineering aura. Under the pressure of the sword energy, Wang Lin was forced to stop speaking. His heart trembled. Looking at the two sword energies, the shock in his eyes became even more intense. He glanced bitterly at his surroundings. Not to mention that his origin energy had dissipated. Even if he had sufficient origin energy and was at its peak, he still wouldn't dare to say that he had full confidence in breaking out of these threats. Among them, what he feared the most were the two streaks of sword chi. After Thunder Taoist's origin soul closed its mouth, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out across the abandoned planet. After a long time, his eyes narrowed and he raised his right hand. The surroundings trembled and an underworld river appeared in the sky outside the cave. Wang Lin said, in a serious tone, "Power of the underworld river, absorb." A powerful suction force came from the underworld river in the sky. This suction force entered the earth, and the abandoned planet began to tremble. The trembling intensified until it was like an earthquake. Shortly after, ores containing the aura of metal rushed out from the ground and were sucked into the underworld river. As time passed, even more metal ores were sucked out. After a long time, the earth slowly stopped trembling and the suction force from the underworld river dissipated. Large amounts of metal ores melted and formed 3 fist-sized balls of golden liquid that floated into the cave. Wang Lin's right hand grabbed one of the balls of golden liquid and pressed it between Thunder Taoist's eyebrows. Then he sent out a mouthful of origin energy. When the third ball of golden liquid disappeared from Thunder Taoist's body, the bronze light around his body gradually dissipated and was replaced with a silver glow. Silver quality. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with joy. His gaze fell on Thunder Taoist's origin soul, which had been gloomy for the past few days. Be my puppet for 3,000 years, and I'll give you freedom. How about it? Thunder Taoist silently pondered. Wang Lin calmly said, "Even if you have life-saving spells, you can't be faster than my sword energy." There were only 2 paths before Thunder Taoist. The first was to take the risk and resist. However, he knew that although his life-saving spells were powerful, they were far weaker than the 2 rays of sword energy. He didn't doubt that he would have no path of retreat if he faced these 2 rays of sword energy at the same time. The second was to agree to become a puppet, in exchange for 3,000 years of freedom. The premise was that the other party kept their promise and he wouldn't die in battle for 3,000 years. Thunder Taoist bitterly looked at the puppet beside him that hadn't said a word this entire time. This puppet's body is very hard. It can even resist magical treasures. It shouldn't die in battle. At this moment on the distant planet Yinxia, the fog was dense and covered everything. A gloomy aura spread out, causing all the cultivators that passed by to take a detour. In the Luo Tian star system, planet Yinxia was a land of death. Very few cultivators that entered would come out alive. Just at this moment, the fog around planet Yinxia began to churn violently, as if something was charging out. The churning of the fog became even thicker. In the blink of an eye, an emaciated figure with tattered clothes and an extremely disheveled expression charged out with great fear. In front of him was a huge cauldron. Seeing that he was about to charge out of the fog, the skinny man revealed a look of ecstasy. This was the 8th time he had escaped in more than 70 years. However, just at this moment, a long tentacle shot out from planet Yinxia at an unimaginable speed. It wrapped around the skinny man and mercilessly pulled him down. This person was the greedy wolf. He was caught by the tentacle and quickly fell. He looked at the flowing fog, and despair appeared in his eyes. The old man spent his life searching for treasures, but I didn't think he would end up like this. Wang Lin, it's all because of you. If you hadn't run to this damn Luo Tian star system, how could the old man have been sent here? If he wasn't sent here, How could he have entered this terrifying planet? Chapter 707. Half a year later, on the abandoned planet where Wang Lin's cave was located, a muffled rumble echoed. The entire planet trembled, and a large amount of dust was kicked into the air. It was as if there was a thick fog covering the world. Wang Lin walked out from the thick fog of dust with a frown. Behind him followed a skinny puppet. There was endless lightning flashing on the puppet's fist. In the end, Thunder Taoist chose to compromise. However, Wang Lin had underestimated the failure rate of the Celestial Guard puppet. Even with the Thunder Beast from the Thunder Celestial Temple, it still failed at the last step. The strength of a low-quality Celestial Guard is equivalent to the peak of the first step. When I refined the first Celestial Guard, I added the Heavenly Ghost to it, causing some changes. That's why it reached the Illusory stage. The second Celestial Guard was refined with an Illusory Cultivator and the Thunder Beast. Originally, it should have been possible to refine a mid-quality Celestial Guard, but unfortunately, it still failed. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Many things in this world seem to be in control, but in the end, it was just an illusion. My Tao heart is a bit impetuous. Wang Lin squeezed out the helplessness in his heart and regained his usual calmness. He looked back at the corpse behind him and began to ponder. Wang Lin found it difficult to mutter to himself. It's not like I didn't gain anything. After the second Celestial Guard failed, Thunder Taoist's origin soul lost its consciousness and turned into a strange ball of light that fused with his body. At the same time, the Thunder Beast's origin soul was also ground up and fused with his body. Peak of silver level. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. Although he had failed, the moment he failed, he had decisively cut off the connection to Thunder Taoist's origin soul and gave up on refining it. This caused the Celestial Guard to go from the third step to the first step. At this moment, he had obtained a peak silver level body. This body could be considered a semi-finished Celestial Guard. It couldn't use any spells, but the strength of its body was indeed shocking. If Wang Lin's primordial spirit could leave his body, he could barely control it. However, his primordial spirit could not leave his body. Using his divine sense, he could only indirectly guide it and make it perform some simple actions, such as the punch just now. This kind of guidance couldn't be used in battle. In truth, even if Wang Lin's origin soul could leave his body, he wouldn't be able to control it like he could control his body. He would be rejected by the remnant of Thunder Taoist's origin soul. Once the refined Celestial Guard reached the first step, it could only be controlled by the origin soul of the original body. Once the third step failed, it would be impossible for anyone to control it. Unless one's cultivation was several realms higher than the puppets, they would be able to exist eternally through possession. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. He put the second Immortal Guard into his storage bag and turned to walk back into the cave. There were too many things he had to do, and the Celestial Guardian was only one of them. After he calmed himself down, the vexation from failing to refine the Celestial Guardian vanished into thin air. Right now, I need to raise my cultivation level to the same level as my domain. Inside the cave, Wang Lin sat down in the lotus position. His eyes lit up as he looked ahead. The three primary souls had long been put away by him, and the seven-star sword was the same. As for the Celestial Guard and Ling Tianho's 2 rays of sword energy, they were still inside the cave. The Immortal Guard puppet stood to the side, faintly looking at the Thunder Beast lying on the ground not far away. The Thunder Beast had its third seal undone. Ling Tianho's 2 rays of sword energy floated in the air. They gave off powerful sword energy and vaguely whistled through the air. Wang Lin's gaze was on the Thunder Beast that had its third seal released. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a life and death situation, Wang Lin wouldn't have released the third seal on the Thunder Beast before he was fully prepared. After all, the God-slaying war chariot was very difficult to control, and if he wasn't careful, he would suffer a backlash. However, in this past half a year, the Thunder Beast's behavior was very strange. It didn't show any signs of backlash and would even carry out all of Wang Lin's orders. However, there was one thing about this beast. No matter how many spells Wang Lin used, it completely ignored him. It wouldn't return to the god-slaying war chariot and return to his bag of holding. After the third seal was released, the Thunder Beast was 3 times larger than before. It looked even more majestic, and there was even more gold on its silver horn. When Wang Lin looked at it, the Thunder Beast raised its big head and looked at Wang Lin. Then it spat out 2 rays of thunder from its nose and moved around its body. When the human and beast looked at each other, Wang Lin had a feeling that this beast was even more intelligent. It could even be said that it had a real soul. Although the Thunder Beast from before was arrogant, its eyes weren't as intelligent as they were now. Perhaps it was tired of looking at it, but the Thunder Beast withdrew its gaze and let out a roar. Its body flickered, then it turned into a ray of thunder and disappeared into the distance. Wang Lin wryly smiled. During this half a year, the beast had been like this a lot. It would often go out for several days before returning. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a decisive gaze. Since this beast isn't willing to return to my bag of holding, then I'll let it be. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and the 2 rays of Ling Tianho's sword energy entered his body. As for the Celestial Guard, it stood at the entrance of the cave to protect Wang Lin. Wang Lin took out a bag of holding. This bag of holding belonged to Thunder Taoist. After Thunder Taoist's origin soul dissipated and fused with the second Celestial Guard, the bag of holding became ownerless, and no divine sense imprint was left on it. There were a lot of things inside the bag of holding. Aside from some common items, there were only 4 things that interested Wang Lin. The first was a piece of jade. There was a ferocious thunder beast carved on the front of the jade. This thunder beast had a golden horn on its head, and its body was covered in lightning. It looked very powerful. On the back of the jade was a giant rune. Wang Lin didn't know the meaning of the rune, but after a bit of analysis, he was able to guess its use. Ordinary jades wouldn't have such an engraving. It was obvious that this item had the effect of a token. His divine sense spread out, and a ray of lightning appeared to stop Wang Lin from going in. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he carefully examined the lightning that was stopping his divine sense. Shortly after, he revealed a smile. Could it be that I really have the potential to become a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple? Wang Lin's smile was a bit strange. This lightning could stop most cultivators and even some second-step cultivators. However, it had no effect on Wang Lin. The lightning this item gave off contained a trace of heavenly thunder. This was the true might of heavenly thunder. It was obvious that if one didn't cultivate a spell from the Thunder Celestial Temple, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. However, Wang Lin had devoured half an ancient thunder dragon, so the thunder in his origin soul came from ancient times. It was on a higher level than this jade. At this moment, the thunder in his origin soul moved, and his divine sense easily broke through the lightning to see what was inside the jade. Even with Wang Lin's mental fortitude, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. There were only 2 spells recorded inside the jade. One was the cauldron transforms the world, using one's own Tao intent to form a cauldron and fuse it with one's own origin energy to form a shocking origin energy spell. It was obvious that this spell had been used by Thunder Taoist. Wang Lin had a deep understanding of this spell. Unfortunately, this spell has a very high requirement for origin energy. Without reaching the illusory stage, I can't use it. Wang Lin's divine sense landed on the second spell. This spell was called the Thunder Origin Spell. This Thunder Origin Spell was the real reason why Wang Lin was so shocked. Thunder Origin Spell, an incomplete low-quality celestial spell, absorbs origin energy from the heavenly thunder into the body. This allows one to condense origin energy faster and reduce the time one stays at the yin and yang stage. This spell is extremely tyrannical. First-step cultivators can't withstand heavenly thunder, so they can't cultivate it. Wang Lin's heart pounded. Ordinary cultivators couldn't withstand heavenly thunder, but he had coincidentally obtained a thunder origin soul. For him, the value of this spell was unimaginable. Even if a real low-quality celestial spell was placed before him, it wouldn't be as valuable as this Thunder Origin spell. Although it was only an incomplete, low-quality celestial spell, it was what Wang Lin needed the most right now. No wonder the Thunder Celestial Temple is so powerful in the Luo Tian star system. With this Thunder Origin spell, I can absorb origin energy from the heavenly thunder much faster than most people. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly, and he revealed a smile. Cultivating this Thunder Origin spell, the cauldron transforms the world, and the Thunder Beast, even a real messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple, would be shocked by me. After memorizing the spell inside the jade, Wang Lin carefully put it away and looked at the next item. This item was a sword. This sword had no body and was completely made of lightning. Wang Lin had seen Thunder Taoist use this treasure to fight against the Celestial Guard. Even the Celestial Guard's fist couldn't break this sword. Looking at this sword, Wang Lin pondered a bit before putting it away. The third item was a fist-sized silver stone that also contained the power of thunder. This item attracted a lot of Wang Lin's interest. He carefully examined it with his divine sense before raising his right hand and gently touching it. The moment his hand touched it, a large amount of thunder came from the stone and entered Wang Lin's body through his finger. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would have been seriously injured by this thunder. However, Wang Lin's origin soul opened its mouth and immediately devoured the thunder. The moment the thunder dissipated, a strand of origin energy that caused Wang Lin's body to tremble spread out from his body. This origin energy was very small, only a sliver, but it caused Wang Lin's eyes to shine brightly. He took a deep breath and stared at the stone. After hesitating for a long time, he gave up on the idea of completely absorbing it and put it away inside his bag of holding. The last item was something Wang Lin was familiar with, the Celestial Jade. His promise on Friday exploded on Sunday, and he would do what he said. Today was Sunday, so there was no need to say anything. Third night. Fourth night is a bit unbearable. The writing is all messed up. Seeking monthly votes to ensure top 10. Chapter 708. The amount of celestial jades in Thunder Dao's bag made Wang Lin suck in a breath of cold air. The amount of celestial jades was simply too large. Even a cultivation family couldn't compare. A small clue reveals a lot. A messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple has so many celestial jades. This shows how powerful the Thunder Celestial Temple is. Wang Lin didn't feel any joy from seeing so many celestial jades, but shock. He silently pondered for a long time, and his eyes shined brightly. Thunder Celestial Temple. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Then his body flickered, and he disappeared from the cave. The Celestial Guard followed closely behind. In the eastern sky of the abandoned planet, Wang Lin floated in the sky and waved his hand. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the entire planet trembled. Everything within 5,000 kilometers was flattened by a powerful force. The area within 5,000 kilometers was as flat as a mirror. All the rocks that protruded out turned to dust. The wind created a violent vortex, and the dust scattered in all directions. There was even dust that floated into the air like white fog. Wang Lin floated down and sat down in the center. He slapped his bag of holding, and the celestial jades he had obtained from the 3 cultivation families flew out one by one and landed around him. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the 1 billion soul flag flew out. All of the soul fragments turned into 3 primary souls that floated around. The Celestial Guard also floated in the air and carefully observed the surroundings. If anything tried to get close, it would immediately kill it. After doing all of this, Wang Lin took a deep breath. His hands formed a seal, and he closed his eyes. A large amount of celestial spiritual energy suddenly spread out and formed a storm. Wang Lin continued to absorb it. A moment later, all the celestial jades on the ground shattered, and a large amount of celestial jades flew out from Wang Lin's bag of holding. This cycle continued for an eternity. More and more celestial spiritual energy appeared in Wang Lin's body, and his cultivation level continued to rise. At this moment, in the distant Alliance star system, there was an abandoned planet. This planet was not big, even smaller than Suzaku, and there were no signs of life on it. On this day, 3 sword lights sped through the starry sky. The person in the lead was a woman. This woman was wearing a light purple dress, simple yet elegant. She was charming and graceful, and her jade face was painted with light plum blossom makeup. Her clear and beautiful face revealed a hint of charm that could captivate one's soul. This was especially true for her pair of glittering, watery eyes. When she looked at him, she was extremely beautiful. A faint fragrance came from her body and filled the surroundings. On the right side of the woman's forehead, there were a few butterfly-shaped sequins that emitted a 7-colored light, adding to her beauty. If Wang Lin was here, he would find this woman familiar. This woman was the one who swallowed the Qian Wind Domain, left Suzuku, and then left Planet 5 Elements Heavenly River Palace, ZXIN. When she was being hunted by the Heavenly River Palace, she was saved by Yao Shishue's father, the Blood Ancestor. From then on, she became the Blood Ancestor's concubine. Behind her were 2 old men covered in a blood-colored light. Their eyes were dim. It was obvious their minds were being controlled. These 2 were blood slaves refined by the Blood Ancestor. Every one of these blood slaves had ascendant cultivation. ZXIN's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, she brought the 2 blood slaves to a small, inconspicuous planet in the distance. ZXIN's voice was very beautiful as she slowly asked, "This is the planet you were talking about?" One of the blood slaves behind her respectfully said, "Mistress, this is the planet." ZXIN's eyes narrowed and fell on the small planet in the distance. 3 months ago, a blood slave reported that there was a strange change on this small planet. It was as if the planet was gradually dying. This planet was within the Blood Ancestor's sphere of influence. After the Blood Ancestor returned from the Demon Spirit Land, he had a gloomy expression. Not long after, he immediately left, and no one knew where he went. ZXIN pondered a bit. Then she moved forward and brought the 2 blood slaves toward the small planet. There was no life on this planet. It was a barren wasteland with cracks everywhere. When ZXIN's group of 3 arrived, they immediately heard a thunderous rumble. They saw even more cracks appear on the earth. Mountains in the distance suddenly collapsed, causing a large amount of dust to fly into the sky. Even further away, there was a river about 1,000 feet wide. At this moment, it was dried up and filled with countless cracks. One of the blood slaves behind Nixon said, "Although this planet was also barren 400 years ago, it wasn't this strange." However, as time passed, it was as if this planet had gone through its entire life in a short 400 years. This is especially true in the last few decades. A blood slave behind ZXIN said. ZXIN's eyes lit up and her divine sense spread out. She wanted to extend it into the planet to check. However, just as her divine sense reached the depths of the planet, a cold voice filled with killing intent echoed. A cold voice filled with endless murderous intent suddenly echoed in the air. Scram! This voice was several times more intense than thunder, and there was also a powerful might that rushed out. In that instant, more cracks appeared on the ground, and even the sky darkened. It was as if the sky did not dare to fight against this voice. That voice also brought about countless echoes. As they overlapped with each other, it was as if there were countless voices roaring and fusing into one. Scram! In that instant, the entire planet began to collapse. Mountains collapsed, the earth caved in, and countless rifts opened up in the sky. Frigid winds howled. It was like hell on earth. When this voice landed in ZXIN's ears, her face became deathly pale. The 2 blood slaves behind her trembled and coughed out a large mouthful of blood. ZXIN's eyes were filled with terror. She didn't have time to think about why this voice was vaguely familiar. She respectfully bowed and said, "Junior, didn't know this was Senior's closed-door cultivation location. Sorry for disturbing you. I'll leave now." Her scalp went numb, and she quickly retreated without hesitation. The 2 blood slaves followed closely behind her. The 3 of them quickly flew out of the planet. In space, ZXIN's eyes were filled with terror. She looked back at the planet and quickly left with the 2 blood slaves. Not long after they left, the rumbling sounds from the small planet became even more intense. A moment later, the entire planet collapsed. It looked like a giant sphere filled with cracks. As more and more cracks appeared, the entire planet collapsed in an instant. The moment it collapsed, a loud sound echoed across the stars. An invisible ripple spread out like crazy. ZXIN's group of three's expressions changed at this moment. The ripple was too fast and was about to reach them. ZXIN's face turned pale, and she shouted, "Blood slaves, self-destruct to stop it." The two blood slaves behind her didn't hesitate to charge toward the ripple and self-destruct their origin souls. Using this gap, ZXIN slapped her bag of holding and took out a blood-colored jade. This was something the blood ancestor had given her. It could teleport her back to the blood planet from any place. However, it would take a certain amount of time to activate. The planet collapsed into countless specks of dust that dissipated into space. After it completely dissipated, a half-naked man stood at the center of the collapse. His red hair moved without any wind, and his eyes were extremely cold. His skin was a bit rough, and the veins on his skin were clear like ancient runes. Between his eyebrows, four stars formed a circle and slowly rotated. However, one of the stars was dim in comparison, faintly discernible. He was Wang Lin's original body. His original body's expression was as cold as his eyes. It was like ice that hadn't melted for countless years. His body gave off an extremely cold aura. The ripples from the collapse of the surrounding space seemed to have no effect on him. They couldn't penetrate his body at all. Wang Lin's original body looked into the distance and into the void. This planet no longer has any spiritual energy left, so I can no longer absorb it. Wang Lin's original body pondered for a bit. He looked at the fragments of the collapsing planet and reached out with his right hand. The surrounding fragments suddenly paused for a moment, and an ancient aura slowly condensed. However, it didn't take long before it dissipated. I still need to practice this soul extraction spell a bit more. Wang Lin's original body took a step forward. With his powerful body, he didn't need any star compass or magical treasures to walk among stars. Unfortunately, I still haven't found the aura of an adult ancient god. Otherwise, I could truly reach 4 stars. Could it be that I have to return to Suzaku again? I wonder when Tu-A's son will escape. Wang Lin's original body stepped forward and gradually disappeared among the stars. Several months later, Wang Lin's original body chose a hidden, desolate planet. His body entered the planet, and he sat down in the lotus position with his eyes closed. The reason why he had chosen this place was because this planet had a naturally formed layer of lightning. Suzaku, Sea of Devils. The fog around the Sea of Devils had dissipated a long time ago. The entire Sea of Devils had become a large basin. In the depths of the Sea of Devils, there was a place called the Chaotic Broken Stars. This was a forbidden area of the Sea of Devils. Anyone who approached this place would mysteriously disappear. Gradually, no one dared to come here anymore. Inside the Chaotic Broken Stars, land of the ancient god, countless cultivators were sitting cross-legged in the Sea of Blood. As the Sea of Blood eroded them, their cultivation bases were slowly growing. The ancient cultivators, in particular, were getting stronger and stronger. In the middle of the Sea of Blood, on top of the largest stone pillar, sat a red-haired man with his legs crossed. A powerful aura was emitted from his body, an aura that could cause all living things in the world to tremble. A rusty sword was stabbed into the ground beside the man. This sword was rusty and had dark brown bloodstains on it. At this moment, the sound of metal scraping against the ground could be heard. The red-haired man had his head lowered, and his red hair covered his entire body. Through the gaps, one could see that he was using his sharp nails to carve the word Wang Lin on the ground. If one looked closely, they would see that the entire stone pillar was already filled with these 2 words. Wang Lin. A hoarse voice came from the red-haired man's mouth and echoed throughout the Sea of Blood. All of the cultivators inside the Sea of Blood trembled. For countless years, the name Wang Lin had been engraved into their bones. Wang Lin, I'm about to escape. 3 months later, a person walked out of the land of the ancient god. This person had a red-eyed monkey on his shoulder as he slowly walked out of the sea of devils. He wasn't Tua's son, but a messenger sent by Tua's son. This person's eyes were filled with hatred. If Wang Lin was here, he would immediately recognize this person as the long-dead sky devil magician. If it wasn't for Wang Lin, the inheritance of memories would have been his. As the teacher of 6 Desire Devil Lord, his thousands of years of planning was ruined because of Wang Lin. His hatred for Wang Lin was no less than his hatred for Tua's son. Thunder Realm. Sky Devil Magician's body flickered as he walked out of Suzaku, Rosefinch's mountain peak. Zhou Ru's long hair fluttered in the wind. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind. Compared to before, she looked even more mature. Behind her, Little White was lying on the ground. Its tiger eyes revealed a lazy gaze. In Zhou Ru's hand was a bag of holding. This bag of holding was very ancient and clearly had hundreds of years of history. "Uncle, I can now open the bag of holding you left for me," Zhou Ru whispered as she looked down at the bag of holding in her hand. She gently inserted her divine sense into the bag and opened it. There was nothing inside. There was only a flash of white light that landed between Zhou Ru's eyebrows. Zhou Ru's body trembled as she let go of the bag of holding in her hand. The wind blew and the bag of holding floated far away. Little White let out a roar and suddenly stood up. It looked at Zhou Ru. It didn't understand what had happened. The white light disappeared between Zhou Ru's eyebrows. In her mind, a sealed memory was slowly unsealed. Everything in that memory reappeared in front of Zhou Ru's eyes. In these 19 years, I felt this child grow up bit by bit. Seeing her was like seeing my own child. Brother Wang, I couldn't bear it. Wan Air is very silly and let you down. After a long time, tears flowed down Zhou Ru's face. She gently lowered her head, hugged her knees, and sat on the ground. Her tears couldn't stop flowing. Little White, it turns out Uncle didn't want me to go find him. At this moment, Wang Lin was absorbing celestial spiritual energy like crazy. The fragments of the celestial jades continued to spread around him, and there were more and more of them around him. The amount of celestial jade needed to reach the late stage of ascendant from the mid-stage to the late stage was very large. It far exceeded the amount needed to reach the mid-stage, but Wang Lin had a lot of celestial jade in his bag of holding, so it was enough. However, Wang Lin found that after his origin soul changed, it was very different from before. Its absorption of celestial spiritual energy was like a bottomless pit. Nearly half a year had passed, and a large amount of celestial jade was being consumed every day. However, his origin soul still hadn't reached saturation. Time slowly passed, and the consumption of celestial jade became even greater. Another half a year passed, and on this day, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and an aura that seemed to cause the entire earth to tremble came from his body. Wang Lin stood up. His expression was calm as he looked at the sky and stepped forward. Late stage of Ascendant. This chapter was updated late, so I wrote and deleted a bit before it came out. I'm still not satisfied. I'll continue to write the 3rd chapter, but with my speed, I'm afraid it will be a bit late. Please be patient, I won't be late. Today is the weekend, so if you can afford it, please vote for me in the wee hours of the morning. Next week, I'll still put the Celestial Renegade on the recommendation list. Also, please vote for me next month to make sure I'm in the top 10. Chapter 709. In the starry sky, a bolt of lightning whistled through the air. Within this bolt of lightning was a gigantic lightning beast. Although this beast had a silver horn on its head, it emitted a golden light. Its entire body flickered with lightning, making it look extremely majestic. Wang Lin was sitting on the back of the Thunder Beast. His long hair flowed behind him, and his eyes shined brightly. Although he looked ordinary, he gave off an extraordinary aura. At this moment, if anyone saw him, they would think without a doubt that he was a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. He was simply too similar to Thunder Taoist when he rushed to planet Ranyan. Even a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple would be startled if they met Wang Lin. More than 900 years of cultivation had allowed Wang Lin to reach the late stage of ascendant and become an existence like Rosefinch's son. If Rosefinch's son hadn't died, who knew what he would think after seeing this? The little cultivator he ignored and even vaguely treated as a chess piece had grown to his current height. Late-stage ascendant cultivators were supreme existences on some small cultivation planets. No one dared to provoke them unless they had a heaven-defying treasure. Otherwise, they would without a doubt lose to a late-stage ascendant cultivator. After nearly a year of absorbing celestial spiritual energy, Wang Lin had finally reached this peak. He only needed to take one more step and his cultivation and domain would reach completion. Then he would be able to enter the second step of cultivation. Not many people could reach the second step, and it was far more difficult than the first step cultivators could imagine. Although Wang Lin hadn't reached it yet, the few battles he had with yin and yang cultivators gave him a deep understanding of how powerful second step cultivators were. The first step of cultivation is already so difficult. Thinking back to my 900 years of cultivation, it was filled with danger. The slightest carelessness could lead to death in body and soul. Those who seek the Tao are born in the morning and die in the evening. If it wasn't for Senior Zhou Yi, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. If the first step is already like this, then the second step will obviously be even more difficult. There will definitely be a test of life and death in it as well. I just don't know if I'll be able to pass it. But in life, if one goes with the flow, they'll be mortal, and if they go against the flow, they'll be immortal. As long as my Tao heart exists, I'll be able to overcome all obstacles. Wang Lin's eyes shone brightly. There's also the third step of cultivation. Not even Tian Yunzi and the others have reached it. They're still bitterly searching for it. Just what kind of level is the third step? How does it compare to an ancient god? Wang Lin's eyes shone with anticipation. Even though he knew that the third step was too illusory and that he wouldn't be able to figure it out until the end of his lifespan. The 3 steps of cultivation are like climbing a mountain. Each step is more difficult than the last. I don't know how many realms there are in the third step. I just don't know if there is a fourth step. Wang Lin placed his right hand on the Thunder Beast's head and gently rubbed it. The thunder moved along his arm, but it didn't affect him at all. Wang Lin softly said, "Is there a fourth step?" It was as if he was asking about the sky and earth. This was a question that no one in this world could answer. The thunder roared as it carried Wang Lin toward Planet Thousand Illusion. Planet Ranyun was the place where his memories were sealed. Wang Lin didn't want to go there anymore. It is time for me to explore Planet Yun Xia's Wang Yu. Right now, I need a large amount of celestial ascension fruits. The Huan family is the best choice. Wang Lin was sitting on the Thunder Beast. Although he was a bit slower than the star compass, he was still very fast. My original body absorbed the spiritual energy of a small planet, and my strength is close to a 4-star ancient god. Unfortunately, I'm missing the aura of an adult ancient god. I just don't know if it exists in the Luo Tian star system. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as if he had a flash of inspiration. Wang Yu is the host of an ancient god. I wonder if there's any ancient god aura left. As Wang Lin pondered, he thought of something from many years ago. Back on planet Tian Yun, the messenger from the Cultivation Alliance brought a star-marked sable. That beast is very sensitive to ancient god aura. If I had this beast, it would not be difficult to find ancient god aura. The Thunder Beast flew across the stars. Half a month later, Planet Thousand Illusion appeared before Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as the Thunder Beast charged toward Planet Thousand Illusion. Just as it closed in, countless thunder clouds appeared above Planet Thousand Illusion. Thunder rumbled across the sky. This strange phenomenon immediately caught the attention of the cultivators on Planet Thousand Illusion. The Thunder Beast tore through the sky, directly piercing through the astral winds and stepping into the air above Planet Thousand Illusions. Then, it raised its head and let out a roar. This roar was the sound of all the thunder in the world. As the roar rumbled, the thunder clouds that had gathered due to the appearance of the Thunder Beast began to move. Countless bolts of thunder descended, creating a series of explosions. Just like when Thunder Daoist arrived on planet Ranyun, the sound of the thunder echoed across planet Thousand Illusion. A majority of the cultivators on planet Thousand Illusion trembled due to the might of the thunder. After the Thunder Beast's third seal was undone, its strength, along with its inherited spells, was no weaker than an illusory Een cultivator. Wang Lin frowned. He didn't want to be so ostentatious, so he patted the Thunder Beast's head. The Thunder Beast immediately stopped roaring and flew toward the ground. According to Wang Lin's memory, the Thunder Beast charged straight toward the Huan family. Before it even got close, all the cultivators of the Huan family flew into the air, with Huan Fengshan in the lead. Their eyes were filled with terror as they looked at the incoming thunder. When they clearly saw Wang Lin sitting on top of the giant beast, they all let out cries of shock. The people of the Huan family would never forget Wang Lin. Sitting on top of the Thunder Beast, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with lightning as he calmly said, "Huan family's head, step forward." Huan Fengshan took a deep breath and stepped forward. He respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Huan family's head, Huan Fengshan, greets messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. I didn't know messenger's identity before, so I hope messenger won't take offense." Wang Lin naturally wouldn't argue and said, "Don't mention what happened before. Let me ask you, do you have a way to obtain a large amount of celestial ascension fruits in a short period of time?" Celestial ascension fruits. Huan Fengshan was startled and then bitterly said, "Lord Messenger, this..." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he looked at Huan Fengshan. The Thunder Beast under him let out a roar. Huan Fengshan let out a sigh. His eyes revealed a decisive gaze as he nodded and said, "Forget it. My Huan family will give up the chance to enter the Thunder Celestial Realm in 100 years and give all the Celestial Ascension fruits to Messenger." Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but his heart trembled. There were some clues in Huan Fengshan's words. Could the Celestial Ascension fruits have something to do with the Thunder Celestial Realm? The Thunder Celestial Realm will open in 100 years. Wang Lin had heard about this from Sun Shi. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, and he slightly nodded. The Huan family had a large amount of Celestial Ascension fruits, but it wasn't enough for Wang Lin's request. "Looks like I can only borrow the name of the Thunder Celestial Temple to ask around in the northern Luo Tian realm." Wang Lin rubbed the Thunder Beast's head. "I really can't write anymore. I've been writing from 10 in the morning until now, and I'm exhausted." I didn't lack words. The 3 chapters have a total of 9,000 words. Originally, I wanted to write 3,000 words for this chapter, so please forgive me. From the 1st to the 6th, I've written a total of 48,000 words. That's an average of 8,000 words per day. This is a limit I've never reached before. My mind is in a mess, and if I continue, I feel like I'm going to collapse. The top 10 of the monthly votes is indeed not something I could just sit on. Alas, I'm really tired. Compared to speed, it's better to focus on quality. Today is the weekend, so don't forget to vote for the Renegade Celestial Sect next week. Chapter 710. The northern domain of the Luo Tian had 5 main planets and many subsidiary planets. There were many cultivation families on those planets. After taking the Huan family's Celestial Ascension fruit, Wang Lin sat on the back of the Thunder Beast and flew toward the Qian family. The Qian family's second-step cultivators had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. Usually, everything was decided by Qian Queasy. The moment Wang Lin entered Planet Thousand Illusion, he had already noticed. When he saw Wang Lin descend on the Thunder Beast like a bolt of thunder, he was even more convinced that what the Huan family's ancestor said was ridiculous. This person was without a doubt a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Thinking about how this person battled the Huan family's ancestor more than 70 years ago, Qin Queasy's heart couldn't help but tremble. The messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple that my Qian family relied on died thousands of years ago in the Thunder Celestial Realm. In the Luo Tian star system, unless it's a cultivation family that has existed since ancient times, everyone needs to rely on a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Qin Queasy hesitated. The choice he had to make now would determine the future development of the Qian family. Unfortunately, all the second-step cultivators in the family are in closed-door cultivation and can't be disturbed. Otherwise, we could discuss it. While Qian Queasy was hesitating, Wang Lin arrived on the back of the Thunder Beast. The Qian family city was very big, several times bigger than the Huan family city. After all, the Qian family was the #1 family on planet Thousand Illusion. Qian Queasy and the Qian family's cultivators quickly came out to respectfully greet Wang Lin. Although Qian Queasy's cultivation level was higher than Wang Lin's, in the Luo Tian star system, the messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple was an existence that couldn't be carelessly ignored. On the back of the Thunder Beast, Wang Lin's gaze was calm as it swept past the Qian family's cultivators. Finally, his gaze fell on Qian Queasy, and he calmly said, "Senior Qian Queasy, long time no see." Qian Queasy laughed, cupped his fists, and said, "I don't deserve to be called senior. Lady Emissary's status is noble, and the old man's cultivation is only slightly higher than yours. Let's talk as equals." As Qian Queasy spoke, he was shocked in his heart. He could see with his naked eye that the person before him had gone from the peak of the early stage of Ascendant to the late stage of Ascendant in less than 100 years of time. Although he was only at the first step, this kind of speed was extremely shocking. Only the various spells of the Thunder Celestial Temple could do this. What shocked Qian Queasy the most was the lightning beast he was sitting on. It was even more majestic than it had been in the past, and when the beast looked at him, Qian Queasy felt like he was looking at a cultivator of the same generation. Qian Queasy thought to himself, "Back then, I guess that this person had another identity in the Thunder Celestial Temple. Now, it looks like I was 70% correct." Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, "That's fine. Fellow cultivator Qian Queasy, I came here to ask for some Celestial Ascension fruits." Qian Queasy pondered a bit. The Celestial Ascension fruits were very important for entering the Thunder Celestial Realm, but compared to that, it was even more important to rely on a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. The only thing he was hesitating about was the future development of the person before him. It has to be said that in the Luo Tian star system, once a family relies on a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple, they can't rely on another messenger before that messenger dies. With the power of my Qian family, we can rely on messengers that have reached the second step. However, those messengers are all very arrogant, and to rely on them requires a lot of resources. This person's cultivation level is not high enough, but his future development is limitless. Although it is a gamble to rely on him, if the gamble is correct, Qian Queasy began to hesitate. In the Luo Tian star system, if a cultivation family didn't rely on a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple, it was the same as losing the protection of the Thunder Celestial Temple. The consequences were extremely serious. The Thunder Celestial Temple was like a behemoth that shrouded the entire Luo Tian star system. The method it used to control the Luo Tian star system was very primitive, completely different from the Alliance star system. In the Luo Tian star system, the Thunder Celestial Temple had a small number of messengers. The number of messengers never changed, at 99. Each of the 99 Thunder Celestial Temple messengers would have a large number of families rely on them to develop their own forces. This was the unique way of doing things in the Luo Tian star system. Thunder Dao's force was not in the northern Luo Tian star system. If he hadn't been ordered to investigate, he wouldn't have come here. Also, he was very confident in himself, so he came alone and ended up defeated. If Wang Lin and Thunder Daoist fought within his sphere of influence, then Wang Lin would definitely die. Qian Queasy took a long time to think, so Wang Lin didn't rush him but quietly waited. He didn't know that what Qian Queasy was thinking had nothing to do with the Celestial Ascension fruits. Shortly after, Qian Queasy let out a sigh. The words of the Huan family's ancestor still echoed in his ears. He hesitated for a bit before clasping his hands and saying, "Messenger, my Qian family still has a lot of Celestial Ascension fruits. I can give half of them to you, but I have a request that I hope Messenger will agree to." Wang Lin's eyes were calm. Without any change in expression, he slowly said, "Speak." Qian Queasy looked at Wang Lin and said, in a serious tone, "I want to see Lord Messenger's Thunder Celestial Token." His eyes narrowed. If this person couldn't take out the token, then it meant he was a fake. If he really took out the token, Qian Queasy made a decision in his heart. Wang Lin coldly looked at Qian Queasy and didn't waste any more time talking nonsense with him. He slapped his bag of holding, and Thunder Taoist Jade appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, bursts of thunder appeared, and the might of thunder spread out. Qian Queasy had seen the token of a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple before. When he looked at it with rapt attention and felt the might of thunder, he revealed a look of respect and no longer had any doubt in his heart. "Sir Envoy, my Qian clan is willing to make an agreement with you. When your cultivation reaches the yin-yang illusory realm, my Qian clan will become your subordinate cultivation clan. Before that, my Qian clan will do our best to satisfy all of your requests." Although Qian Queasy no longer had any doubt, the matter of being a subordinate was too big, so he chose to wait and see. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, but his heart skipped a beat. This Thunder Celestial Temple was a bit strange to him. Become my subordinate family. Could it be that this messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple could develop his own power? Wang Lin didn't ask, but calmly said, "We'll talk about this later. First, hand over the Celestial Ascension fruits." Qian Queasy let out a sigh in his heart. It was obvious that Wang Lin didn't care about what he said. Thinking about it, it was true. As long as they didn't hand over the family's bloodline inheritance, they wouldn't be considered a true subordinate family. He didn't know if his hesitation had caused him to miss a great opportunity for the Qian family's future development, but right now he couldn't think too much about it. After hearing Wang Lin's words, Qian Queasy nodded and ordered the cultivators behind him to make the arrangements. Shortly after, a cultivator from the Qian family came out with a bag of holding and respectfully handed it to Qian Queasy. Qian Queasy threw it out and clasped his hands. "Lord Messenger, this is half of my Qian family's Celestial Ascension fruits." Wang Lin scanned it with his divine sense and nodded. The amount of Celestial Ascension fruits inside was about the same as the Huan family's, but for Wang Lin, it wasn't enough. "Thank you." After clasping his hands at Qian Queasy, Wang Lin patted the Thunder Beast's head. The Thunder Beast let out a roar before turning into a ray of lightning and disappearing. Qian Queasy looked at Wang Lin's disappearing ray of lightning and suddenly felt regret in his heart. If he had been more decisive and become a subordinate family, the amount of Celestial Ascension fruits would only have been 1/5 of what Wang Lin wanted. It was still far from enough. In the past 100 years, the situation on Planet Thousand Illusion had changed greatly. The Su family had mysteriously moved away. After leaving Planet Thousand Illusion, Wang Lin used the name of a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple to sweep through the northern domain of the Luo Tian for the next few months. Whether it was a large or small cultivation planet, his figure could be seen. In an instant, rumors began to spread that a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple was asking for Celestial Ascension fruits. However, with Wang Lin using the name of a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple, the rumors eventually dissipated and only appeared among the various families. There were many cultivation families that had never seen a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple in their entire lives, so their welcome for Wang Lin's arrival was very grand. No matter what family it was, they were all shocked by the name of a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Like the Qian family, they all handed over a portion of their Celestial Ascension fruits. In the end, the moment Wang Lin arrived on a cultivation planet, cultivation families would respectfully hand over their Celestial Ascension fruits. There were even some small cultivation families that begged him to become their subordinate family. After Wang Lin considered this, he didn't accept it. The implications of this matter were too great, and these families had no feud with him. If they were to rely on him and his identity was exposed, these families would be implicated. After going through all of this, Wang Lin gradually understood the use of the Celestial Ascension fruits in the Thunder Celestial Realm and the reason why the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple were willing to rely on him. The number of Celestial Ascension fruits had far exceeded Wang Lin's requirements, but he still continued to collect them. After all, they were of great use to the Thunder celestial realm. Half a year later, Wang Lin took the Thunder Beast and disappeared among the stars toward planet Yunxia. Nebulas filled the bright space. Wang Lin was on top of the Thunder Beast with thunder echoing in his ears. His speed had reached an extremely fast speed. If this trip is successful, then the heaven-defying bead's metal attribute will be complete. At that time, it will recognize an owner. I just don't know if the heaven-defying bead will have any spells once it is complete. Anticipation appeared in Wang Lin's heart as he flew toward planet Yunxia. Along the way, he took out the 1 billion soul flag and pulled out the soul fragment of the old man that was good at escaping from the demon spirit land. He searched through the old man's escape spells and memorized them all. The old man's spells left a deep impression on Wang Lin. If it wasn't for the fact that he was busy, he would have already calmed down to study them. He gradually got closer and closer to planet Yunxia. After more than half a month, the thick fog unique to planet Yunxia appeared before Wang Lin's eyes. The fog was even thicker than when he first came here. Thunder roared, and before it even closed in, large amounts of thunder moved through the fog. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. After taking a few glances, he charged toward the fog. Bursts of strange roars came from the fog. When they entered Wang Lin's ears, his eyes lit up. Chapter 711. The fog was too thick, so his divine sense couldn't spread out too far. As he charged in, the Thunder Beast let out a roar, and a burst of thunder came out from its body. As the thunder moved, large amounts of fog were disintegrated. Wang Lin sat on top of the Thunder Beast and slapped his bag of holding. The 7-star sword array flew out and quickly opened a path in front of him. With his first experience, Wang Lin had a good understanding of planet Yunxia. He wasn't fast, and it could even be said to be a bit slow. Whenever the Thunder Beast wanted to roar and use an even more powerful thunder spell, it would be stopped by Wang Lin. Although his speed was slow, it was steady. With the 7-star sword array opening a path, he was getting closer and closer to the bottom. He silently calculated the distance he had traveled last time. Seeing that he was less than 1,000 feet away from breaking through the fog, Wang Lin suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. The Thunder Beast noticed this danger ahead of time. Without waiting for Wang Lin's order, it immediately rushed out. A slender tentacle turned into a shadow and passed through where Wang Lin was just standing. It was so fast that it looked like a small hole had been punched through the fog. Fortunately, the Thunder Beast dodged in time. After the tentacle reached out, it immediately retracted. However, as it retracted, it wrapped around Wang Lin. The 7-star sword array seemed to have a powerful suction force, causing it to quickly sink down. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. If he hadn't known this place was dangerous, he wouldn't have been able to dodge the tentacle. Fortunately, his speed was slow, so he was able to dodge the Thunder Beast's attack. The tentacle had a powerful spell, and when it touched the 7-star sword array, he couldn't control it with his divine sense. This tentacle looks familiar. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. His eyes lit up as he recognized the tentacle. This thing is shockingly similar to Wang Yu's third form. Wang Lin gasped. Wang Yu had 3 forms. The first one was a free form that had no offensive capabilities. When Wang Lin came here for the first time, he saw Wang Yu floating in the air. The second form was when all the hairs on its body retracted and it transformed into all sorts of strange shapes. It was a state of deep sleep. The giant Wang Yu that had turned into planet Yunxia was in this state. The third and final state was the attack state. Wang Yu's hair would extend infinitely, even reaching the same length as her body. If one encountered Wang Yu in this state, they would have to escape immediately. If they were one step slower, they would be attacked by this thing. Thinking of this, Wang Lin's expression became even more gloomy. He stared at the thick fog that was less than 1,000 feet in front of him and hesitated. When I first came here, one of the 2 Wang Yus was in the first form and the other was in deep sleep. Why did it change its form now? I just don't know which Wang Yu's tentacle it was. Wang Lin pondered for a bit. If he left now, not only would he have wasted all the celestial ascension fruits, but he would also have lost the 7-star sword array. Before I even get close, I will lose a treasure. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he revealed a decisive look. He was unwilling to leave just like this. He patted the thunder beast's head, and it didn't let out a roar. It charged forward, crossed 1,000 feet, and charged out of the fog. After exiting the fog, Wang Lin's divine sense was no longer blocked. The scene that appeared before him caused him to gasp. The earth was completely different from what he had seen in the past. The swaying plants on the ground had disappeared and were replaced by 10,000 feet long tentacles. These tentacles were dark red and gave off a strange power that made Wang Lin's scalp go numb. He spread out his divine sense and carefully scanned his surroundings before letting out a sigh of relief. It's only 10,000 feet long, which means it's in the process of entering the third form but hasn't fully awakened yet. However, if there wasn't any external stimulation, Wang Yu wouldn't be like this. Could it be someone came in the past 100 years? Wang Lin frowned. But even if someone came, it's unlikely that they would stimulate this Wang Yu to the point of entering the third form. This is a bit strange. Wang Lin left the Thunder Beast and pondered for a bit. He turned around and looked at the Thunder Beast as if he was talking to someone and said, "This place is dangerous. With your abilities, you should be able to sense it. If you don't turn into the god-slaying war chariot and return to my bag of holding, it will only increase the danger for us." The Thunder Beast's head shook, and its eyes revealed a look of disdain. It looked at the tentacles on the ground and revealed a look of disdain. Wang Lin frowned and no longer bothered with the Thunder Beast. He rushed forward without causing any waves as he slowly walked towards the ground. He was extremely cautious as he moved between the slowly swaying tentacles. In his opinion, every single one of these tentacles possessed terrifying offensive power. As he flew, one of the tentacles in front of Wang Lin suddenly flickered and shot towards Wang Lin like a bolt of lightning. A massive impact force whistled through the air. It created a massive wind layer that blew Wang Lin's hair back. When the wind hit his face, it felt like it was cut by a knife. Wang Lin remained vigilant and observed the roots of the tentacles. The moment the tentacle attacked, he saw the color of its roots change. In almost an instant, Wang Lin's body suddenly teleported away. He was so fast that he left behind an afterimage. The tentacle slammed into the afterimage and then slowly retracted, returning to normal. Up in midair, Wang Lin's figure appeared. He stared at the tentacles on the ground, and his frown deepened. If I want to keep Wang Yu in the state of the immortal ascension fruits, I need to make her excited. But with these tentacles here, it's going to be very troublesome. After a moment of thought, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding. Immediately, a massive amount of immortal ascension fruits flew out and gathered around him. Wang Lin's eyes flickered. He made a grasping motion with his right hand and said, "Refine." Amidst the crisp popping sounds, the surrounding celestial ascension fruits immediately shattered, turning into a red liquid that quickly mixed together, forming a pool. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and he spat out a mouthful of primordial qi onto the red liquid. The primordial qi turned into flames and began to burn the liquid. A red mist began to condense from the liquid. A cold light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He grabbed the red mist with his right hand and moved toward the tentacles on the ground. At the same time, he slapped down with his right hand. Popping sounds could be heard as the red mist surged out and spread toward the tentacles. In the blink of an eye, the red mist had spread to a radius of 1,000 feet. The dense red mist contained a large amount of the mysterious energy of the immortal ascension fruits. In its mist form, it was even easier for the tentacles to absorb it. Gradually, within the radius of 1,000 feet, the dozens of thick tentacles began to slow down. They were like mortals who were drunk. The color of their bodies changed from dark red to bright red. Wang Lin carefully moved between the tentacles. These tentacles seemed to ignore him. Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief. After a while, he finally landed on the ground. In the memories of the ancient god 2C, there was a fragment of the Moongazer serpent. The Moongazer serpent's excitement point was at the root of its tentacles. With a little stimulation, it could affect the Moongazer serpent's entire body. Wang Lin carefully took out immortal ascension fruits from his bag of holding. He would combine dozens of them to form a drop of red liquid. After leaving a seal on it, he would fuse it into the base of each tentacle. He was very cautious when doing this. He spread out his divine sense. The red mist within 1,000 feet was quickly dissipating. Wang Lin knew he didn't have much time. After the last tentacle fused with the immortal ascension fruit, he immediately flew out. Almost as soon as he flew out, the red mist within 1,000 feet dissipated, and the color of the tentacles changed from bright red to dark red again. However, there were bulges protruding from the tentacles, and they spread downwards, disappearing along the ground. Wang Lin took a look and recognized this strange scene. The moon gazer serpent's tentacles were expelling the poison from the celestial ascension fruit like a mortal. In the sky, the thunder beast was still looking at Wang Lin. At this moment, it was a bit annoyed. It looked at the tentacles on the ground, and the disdain in its eyes became even stronger. It took a step and charged toward the ground. Thunder flashed around its body as if thunder was descending. At this moment, a thunderous rumble echoed across planet Yunxia. Wang Lin suddenly turned around and shouted, "Evil creature, come back!" It was in that moment that the ground began to tremble, as if it were alive. The tentacles stopped swaying, and instead began to stretch out toward the lightning beast, accompanied by intense whistling sounds. There were simply too many tentacles on the ground. At first, the thunder beast was filled with disdain. Lightning spread out from its body and entered the ground through the tentacles. But then, a strange power appeared on the tentacles, causing them to give off a red glow. This red glow was blinding, and it was as if the entire planet had turned red at this moment. Those tentacles were even faster, and they blotted out the heavens and the earth like hair. In practically the blink of an eye, they had completely surrounded the lightning beast. No matter how the lightning beast struggled, bit, or used its divine abilities, it was all useless against these tentacles. Not even a single tentacle was broken. In the distance, Wang Lin's expression was extremely gloomy. The moon gazer serpent was in its third form, so it was very sensitive to sound. He looked at the entangled thunder beast. The more the thunder beast roared, the tighter the tentacles wrapped around it. The disdain in the thunder beast's eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced with fear. "Stop roaring," Wang Lin said. His expression was cold as he took out a celestial ascension fruit from his bag of holding. At this moment, inside planet Yunxia, inside a large cave, there was a skinny figure sitting in the lotus position. There was a giant cauldron around him. Tentacles as thick as an arm were wrapped around the furnace. They kept moving as if they were absorbing it. The old man's expression was gloomy. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his expression became even more gloomy. The walls around him began to move strangely, and large amounts of red fog came out from the walls. There was also some stinky filth inside the fog. There were even traces of lightning inside the fog, which made the stench even stronger. This old man was Greed. If Wang Lin was here, he would recognize where he was. This was where the moon gazer serpent was absorbing and excreting waste. Chapter 712. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out a large amount of celestial ascension fruits. He calmly looked at the thunder beast, which was trapped by the tentacles. The thunder beast was struggling but didn't dare to roar. He waved his right hand, and the celestial ascension fruits shattered and turned into juice. After being burned by his origin soul, the juice turned into a red mist. Wang Lin took a step forward and arrived at where the thunder beast was trapped. He raised his right hand and mercilessly smashed down. With a crisp popping sound, the red mist quickly fell down and surrounded the thunder beast. The tentacles wrapped around its body immediately loosened, and the color of the tentacles gradually turned bright red. Taking advantage of the moment the tentacles loosened up, the thunder beast's body shrunk until it turned back into the god-slaying war chariot. Then it charged out. Wang Lin's left hand reached out and put the god-slaying war chariot into his bag of holding. It was obvious that the thunder beast was afraid. It originally didn't want to return to the bag of holding, but now it compromised. After putting away the Thunder Beast, Wang Lin moved by himself. Every time he moved, he would use the red mist to loosen the tentacles. Then he would land on the ground and place the celestial ascension fruit juice and his own imprint into the roots of the tentacles. The cycle repeated itself. Luckily, he had a huge amount of celestial ascension fruits in his storage bag, which far exceeded what he needed before. Otherwise, he would have used them up a long time ago. Even so, the celestial ascension fruits were still not enough. Wang Lin was very careful. After a few days, he finally placed the celestial ascension fruit juice on most of the tentacles on planet Yunxia. Most of Wang Yu's tentacles have been infused with the celestial ascension fruit juice. All I need to do is think about it, and the imprint on them will collapse. Unfortunately, I don't have any more celestial ascension fruits. If I had more, it would be even more perfect. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and gave up on the idea of leaving to search for more celestial ascension fruits. This place was too strange. Wang Lin was worried that the next time he came here, there would be more changes. Once this Wang Yu truly awakens, then the plan of using the celestial ascension fruit to anesthetize her would all go down the drain. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After he landed on the ground, he sank into the ground. There was even more sticky liquid in the soil. Celestial, spiritual energy circulated in his body to push it away. Without pausing, Wang Lin cautiously headed towards the huge metal vein deep underground. However, before long, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he carefully looked around. In the surrounding soil, Wang Lin discovered that there were subtle fluctuations of immortal power. These fluctuations were solidified in the mucus of the soil and were faintly discernible. Wang Lin clearly remembered that the last time he came here, the sticky liquid was completely turbid and didn't have any celestial power. It looks like someone must have entered the Moon Gazer Serpent in the past 100 years and used a great spell. That's why celestial spiritual energy exists in the Moon Gazer Serpent's body and allowed the Moon Gazer Serpent to go from the second form to the third form. As Wang Lin pondered, he slowly sank. After an unknown amount of time, he arrived at the location of the entire metal vein, which was Wang Yu's bone. Flames flickered and lit up the dark underground. Looking at Wang Yu's bone, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This was the reason he came here. Placing his right hand on Wang Yu's bone, Wang Lin was about to absorb it, but he immediately stopped and began to ponder. To be able to make Wang Yu transition from the second state means the person's cultivation is shocking. If this kind of person is dead, then it's fine, but if he's not dead and is hiding inside Wang Yu's body or is trapped, then when I absorb Wang Yu's bone and activate the imprint on the celestial ascension fruit, it's very likely that this person will be lured out. If that's the case, then there will be many variables. Wang Lin withdrew his right hand and pondered for a moment. Then he moved forward along Wang Yu's bone. He was going to carefully search this area to see if there were any other cultivators. When it was time for Wang Lin to be cautious, he was always very cautious. This was especially so when the matter was of great importance. If he was a bit careless, he would die, so Wang Lin couldn't help but be suspicious. Taking Wang Yu's bone from Wang Yu's body is one of the top 3 most dangerous things I've done in my life. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he became even more cautious. Back in the land of the ancient god, they relied on wits. In the Rain's celestial realm, they relied on caution. In the demon spirit land, they relied on decisiveness. He moved forward along Wang Yu's bone. After a long time, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. His eyes shined brightly as he stared at Wang Yu's bone before him. There was a large crack there, and there was a layer of dried mucus on the crack. It was obvious that it had been here for too long. This crack was very deep. It almost cut Wang Yu's bone in half. Wang Lin clearly remembered that there was no crack like this on Wang Yu's bone. He cautiously took a few steps forward. After taking a closer look, Wang Lin's eyes became serious. No wonder Wang Yu was forced to enter her third form. The pain from this kind of injury is enough to make Wang Yu angry. The person who injured Wang Yu obviously doesn't know Wang Yu, or else they wouldn't dare to do this. Wang Lin revealed a sneer as he moved around this place. However, he didn't go far before he stopped again. He looked back at the crack and felt like something was wrong. After pondering a bit, he returned to the side of the crack and looked at the dried mucus. After a long time, his eyes shined brightly, and he waved his right hand at the dried mucus. Celestial spiritual energy immediately appeared like a celestial wind. The dried mucus immediately melted and dripped onto the ground, revealing the deep crack inside. There was a large rock in the depths of the crack. Due to the mucus, Wang Lin didn't see it clearly. Also, the rock had almost completely assimilated with Wang Yu's bone, so there was no difference between them. However, when Wang Lin left, he felt that the celestial spiritual energy here was much denser than other places, and the source of the celestial spiritual energy was that crack. Staring at the huge rock that had been assimilated by the metal vein formed by Wang Yu's bone, the light in Wang Lin's eyes dissipated and was replaced with a strange light. Greedy wolf. Wang Lin's face revealed a gloomy expression. Wang Lin had seen this rock before. It was the one he took from the greedy wolf in the demon spirit land. It was the treasure that the greedy wolf had used to extract the mountain soul. They indeed caught up. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. At this moment, he was no longer in a rush to extract Wang Yu's bone. I just don't know if all of them came, if only a few came, or if it was just the greedy wolf. Wang Lin stared at the mountain rock stuck in the moongazer serpent's bone and rubbed his chin. He charged forward and arrived at the giant crack. The surrounding bone walls were uneven, and a large amount of metal gave off a faint glow. It looked very beautiful. The seven-star sword formation was sucked away by Wang Yu's tentacles, so I don't know where it went. However, I can't let this rock go. With the greedy wolf's identity and the greedy wolf's name, the treasures he has can't be ordinary. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. After carefully looking around, he arrived at the edge of the rock. The edge had already assimilated with Wang Yu's bone, so it was impossible to tell them apart. Some of the metal had already grown inside the rock. The assimilation is very thorough, so this is not easy to deal with. I can't use the power of the celestial ascension fruit right now. Wang Lin pondered a bit. Then his two fingers formed a sword to test the hardness of the rock. This rock was very hard, and Wang Lin's finger, which was filled with celestial spiritual energy, didn't leave a mark on it. His eyes lit up, and he used a sliver of Ling Tianho's sword energy on his finger. He didn't care about getting the whole rock, so he cut down 3 feet, bypassed the part that was assimilated, and waved at the edge. Without a sound, a crack appeared on the mountain rock and slowly spread into the depths. Finally, there was a light cracking sound, and the edge of the mountain rock separated from the moongazer serpent. The position Wang Lin chose was very clever. He completely avoided the part that was assimilated and didn't stimulate Wang Yu. After arriving at the other side, Wang Lin carefully looked for a bit and waved his finger again. This time, he was even more careful because the assimilation on this side was much more serious than the other side. Wang Lin's 2 fingers slowly moved along the part that was assimilated. Just as he was about to completely dig out the rock, Wang Lin's finger suddenly stopped. A chill came from behind him, causing his scalp to go numb. He didn't even dare to spread out his divine sense. Under the pressure of this chill, he felt like someone pointing a sword between his eyebrows when he closed his eyes, causing him to feel a swelling pain. At this moment, that cold sensation was coming from his back. This feeling continued and became stronger and stronger. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He waved his right hand at the rock before him and grabbed it. Then he charged up and pointed at his back with his left hand. Stop spell. All of this happened in an instant without any hesitation. The moment Wang Lin moved, a muffled roar came from behind him. Grabbing the mountain rock, Wang Lin moved very fast. The moment he flew out, he put the mountain rock into his bag of holding and charged into the earth without looking back. He didn't hesitate to use the escape spell he learned from the old man in the demon spirit land. Behind him, a roar echoed. When he flew out, he spread out his divine sense and was shocked to find that behind him was a small moongazer serpent that was more than 100 feet long. Most of its body was buried in the earth, and only the tip of its body was exposed. This little Wang Yu was surrounded by the stop spell, so it paused for a moment. This gave Wang Lin the best chance to escape. In an instant, Wang Lin disappeared, and the little Wang Yu regained its ability to move. Its eyes were bloodshot as it looked around and let out a roar before disappearing back into the earth. In the distance, Wang Lin moved very quickly through the earth. The scene just now made him even more aware of the danger here. How many Wang Yus are there here? Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. What terrified him the most was that Wang Yu's appearance was very strange. He hadn't noticed it at all. He hadn't encountered this kind of situation in a long time. That Wang Yu is also in its third form. That damn greedy wolf. What did he do to cause such a change here? If it was just a mountain rock stuck in the bone of Wang Yu, it definitely wouldn't be like this. Wang Lin, who was escaping, suddenly stopped. He seemed to think of something, and his expression became even more gloomy. Could it be he regretted writing Wang Yu's chrysanthemum? It was a bad omen and caused his monthly votes to explode. Now, he wasn't even stable on the recommendation list. He was only 300 votes away from being removed from the list. As long as someone did something, the repulsive immortal would explode from 10th place to 16th place. Exploding 6 times in a row, it was bloody. Monthly votes. Hold on for a few more days before exploding. Recuperate for a while. It's painful to be exploded consecutively. Recommendation votes, fellow Taoists. Give your support last week to your ears, lest you get exploded 6 times in a row. That would be the most tragic thing in 2010. Chapter 713. In the inherited memories of ancient God 2C, there was a record of Wang Yu. In Wang Yu's body, there was an item called Moonlight Essence. This item was extremely poisonous, and apart from the ancient god's blood, nothing else could neutralize it. The value of this item was that after Wang Yu died, it would cause her entire body to be filled with poison. Then, it would form an inflated ball and self-destruct. Apart from the ancient gods, all living things in the surrounding star region would be wiped out. The larger Wang Yu's body was, the more powerful it would be. Therefore, in this world, there would be no remains of Wang Yu. This Moonlight Essence was also what Wang Yu cared about the most. If there was a threat to the Moonlight Essence, it would cause Wang Yu to fly into a rage and destroy all threats. I heard that the greedy wolf doesn't go to places without treasures. Could it be that this person treats this Moonlight Essence as a treasure? Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. In ancient God 2C's memories, it was impossible to remove the Moonlight Essence from Wang Yu's body. Once it was taken out, it would immediately self-destruct. If that's the case, the explosion of such a huge Wang Yu's Moonlight Essence would probably cover more than half of the Luo Tian northern region. Wang Lin's scalp went numb. Originally, if no one provoked this Wang Yu, even if tens of thousands of years passed, she would not die. She would only remain in her second form until she died naturally. However, that would take an infinite amount of time. Even if someone came, with the power of Wang Yu, they would definitely not be able to remove the Moonlight Essence. They would only add another soul. If this greedy wolf is courting death, it has nothing to do with me. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He rushed forward and continued to search. Time passed slowly. Wang Lin had almost searched the entire body of Wang Yu, except for a few places that he couldn't enter. During this time, he didn't encounter any more Wang Yu. If I wasn't killed by Wang Yu, then I was swallowed. Whatever Wang Yu swallowed will gather at the place where she excretes and absorbs. I'll have to go take a look. Wang Lin flew at top speed toward the place where Wang Yu excretes and absorbs, as far as he could remember. Wang Yu's body had its own circulation, and its excretion didn't connect to the outside world. Instead, it would absorb it again, turning it into nutrients and returning to the body. Several days later, under Wang Lin's cautiousness, he reached the deepest part of Wang Yu's bone, where the creature excreted and absorbed. The soil here carried a fishy smell. Wang Lin frowned, but he didn't go deeper. He looked around and spread out his divine sense. However, just at this moment, a weak divine sense voice came from where Wang Yu excreted. Is there a fellow cultivator outside? Save me. Whoever saves me will be greatly rewarded. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He was very familiar with this divine sense voice. It was the greedy wolf. Fellow cultivator, save me. I have a lot of treasures here. They were collected by the old man for most of his life. If fellow cultivator saves me, I'll give all of them to you." In the place where Wang Yu excreted and absorbed, the greedy wolf's body was very thin. In order to resist the suction force of this place, a lot of his flesh, blood, and even celestial spiritual energy had dissipated. If it wasn't for the fact that he was relying on the furnace, he would have already turned into a stain. Back then, he felt that there was a great treasure on planet Yinxia. That kind of feeling was only felt when he took the mysterious furnace. Tempted, he entered this place. At that time, planet Yinxia was very quiet. He successfully entered the ground and charged toward the treasure. The treasure he was looking for was Wang Yu's moonlight essence. Along the way, he naturally saw the metal vein. After hesitating for a bit, he stabbed the mountain rock in. He was very greedy, so he was going to pry out the entire vein and then pry it out piece by piece. Unfortunately, this caused intense pain to Wang Yu, causing her to awaken. If it wasn't for the fact that he reacted quickly and took out the furnace, she would have already been killed. Startled, Greed found a place to hide for many years. It wasn't until the moon gazer serpent calmed down that he reappeared. He no longer dared to have any thoughts about the mine and went straight to the treasure he sensed. At that time, he had already noticed the strangeness of this place and decided to take a look at the treasure. If he could take it, then he would take it. If he couldn't, then he would leave without hesitation. With his experience in treasure hunting, he successfully arrived at the place where Wang Yu stored the moonlight essence. With just one look, the greedy wolf sucked in a breath of cold air, and his eyes were filled with greed. He didn't know what the moonlight essence was, but he could clearly feel that it contained a destructive power. He believed that even Ling Tianho would be turned to ashes if he encountered this power. Due to his greed, the greedy wolf gave up on leaving immediately and prepared to take this item. However, the moment he touched the moonlight essence, the entire planet seemed to awaken and began to tremble violently. It was at this moment that the moon gazer serpent began to enter its third form. Greed's body was only able to send a portion of his divine sense into the moon gazer serpent before he was devoured by the giant mouth. When he reappeared, he was at this place of excretion. He had already analyzed the mysteries of this place. From his point of view, planet Yinxia was simply formed by a giant beast. In his panic, he gave up on the idea of taking the treasure and prepared to escape. However, he relied on the power of the furnace to change directions several times, but he was never able to escape. Every time he tried, he would be swallowed and thrown into this stinky place. Also, during the last time, the furnace was wrapped up by the tentacles. It was as if the spell had been absorbed and lost its effect. With the greedy wolf's intelligence, he naturally knew that this place was the excretion site of the giant beast. However, he didn't understand why the beast didn't kill him every time he escaped and instead threw him here. Right now, this was the first time in nearly 100 years that he had noticed someone outside. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. The greedy wolf's divine sense continued to spread. "Fellow cultivator, save me. The old man swears that I will reward you handsomely." From beginning to end, Wang Lin didn't say a word. He was turned around and left. Wang Lin knew that with his cultivation, it would be easy for him to enter this place of excretion and absorption for Wang Yu, but it would be impossible for him to leave. After confirming that the greedy wolf was locked up here and that no one had come to rescue him, Wang Lin naturally deduced that the greedy wolf was the only one in the Alliance star system. After confirming this, Wang Lin didn't care anymore. At this moment, if he continued to argue with the greedy wolf, it wouldn't be Wang Lin's style. He turned around and left without any hesitation. He didn't covet the magical treasure Greed had mentioned. When it was time to take it, he would naturally take it. But now, when it wasn't time to take it, if he was greedy, then he would have wasted more than 900 years of cultivation. Back then, Wang Lin had decisively given up on this trip to planet Yinxia. He would come back after collecting the celestial ascension fruits. He moved like the wind through the dirt. After an unknown amount of time, he arrived at the place where he was stuck. He carefully observed for a long time to make sure that Wang Yu hadn't come to find him. Then Wang Lin sat down and let out a mouthful of foul air. He didn't move as he sat there, but the celestial guard puppet appeared behind him and carefully looked around. After experiencing the danger Wang Yu was in, Wang Lin didn't dare to be careless. His hands formed a seal, and the seal on the celestial ascension fruit juice at the roots of the tentacles collapsed at this moment. If one looked down from above, they could clearly see that the countless tentacles that stretched out from planet Yunxia all trembled at this moment. A bright red light shined from their roots. The juice of the celestial ascension fruit was released without the restriction of the imprint. If the celestial ascension fruit juice from one of its tentacles was absorbed by the moongazer serpent, it would be like a drop in the ocean to its huge body. It would be like a mosquito bite. It wouldn't hurt at all. If the absorption was different, it wouldn't be too powerful. The moongazer serpent's huge body naturally had the ability to remove the poison. However, at this moment, most of the moongazer serpent's tentacles absorbed the strange power of the celestial ascension fruit. As a result, it created a storm. The tentacles on planet Yinxia suddenly stopped swaying and began to tremble violently. The power of the celestial ascension fruit suddenly spread out. The mysterious power of the countless celestial ascension fruits entered Wang Yu's body like crazy through the tentacles. This was the meaning of 100 streams forming a river, 1,000 rivers forming a river, and 10,000 rivers forming an ocean. The mysterious power of the celestial ascension fruit seemed to form an ocean. It spread across planet Yinxia and entered Wang Yu's body. The earth shook violently, and an extremely excited aura surged out. At this moment, all the tentacles seemed to have lost their ability to attack, and they slowly swayed like drunkards. If Wang Lin's cultivation level wasn't high enough, or if he didn't have the experience of being controlled by the scattered devil to extract the soul of planet Thousand Illusion, he would only feel the earth shake. He wouldn't be able to feel the excited aura coming from Wang Yu's soul so clearly. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he didn't hesitate to open his arms. He pressed them toward the two broken pieces of Wang Yu's bones, as if he was connecting them with his own body. Yellow River, Tao, third style, power of the Yellow River. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light, and the Yellow River appeared. Its source was where Wang Lin was. Furthermore, when his arms spread apart, it was like two yellow dragons were swallowing, crazily extending along the two moongazer serpent bones. It was extremely quick, like it was scraping the bone, sticking close to the moongazer serpent's bone, covering it like a blade. Wang Lin shouted, "Extract the bones!" A powerful suction force came from the underworld river like crazy. Wang Lin's third underworld river was something he had comprehended in the demon spirit land. It came from the tide abyss and contained the invisible force formed by the intersection of the two star systems. Its power increased as Wang Lin's Tao increased. At this moment, he used it with his late-stage ascendant cultivation. It caused planet Yunxia to tremble violently, and even the fog outside the planet was pushed back like crazy. Muffled roars that were filled with vicissitudes of life could be heard as the ground trembled. They slowly spread far and wide. Depressed, very depressed. He opened the website, entered Foxconn, and submitted a job application. He requested a job on the 18th floor and above, near the window. After pressing confirm, his heart felt better. Chapter 714. On planet Yunxia, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. His arms were filled with the power of the underworld river. At this moment, Wang Yu's bones seemed to move like they were alive. There was a burst of golden light, and a violent tremble followed. This wasn't just one tremble, but the entire Wang Yu's bone. It was as if a large hand had grabbed the spine of a mortal and violently shook it, causing the entire spine to tremble. The current Wang Yu was like this. The entire planet Yunxia trembled violently at this moment. The place where Wang Lin was sitting was shaking even more violently, but his body seemed to be rooted to the ground, unmoving. Intense pain spread through the moongazer serpent's body. However, due to the large amount of celestial ascension fruits, the pain was greatly weakened. In fact, a part of the pain was turned into even more intense excitement in a strange way. Bursts of red mist came from the endless tentacles on planet Yunxia. The trembling continued, and there was a roar coming from inside planet Yunxia. All of the tentacles began to extend like crazy. From 10,000 feet long, they began to multiply. If one looked from afar, planet Yunxia looked like a giant sea urchin. Inside planet Yunxia, Wang Lin's eyes shined brighter and brighter. Endless suction force came from his arms, and it was like a sharp blade slicing across the Moongazer serpent's bone. He forcibly separated the two halves of the Moongazer serpent's bone. During this process, the giant Wang Yu trembled even more violently. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and as the tentacles extended endlessly, large amounts of soil fell off. From planet Yunxia, this kind of falling looked like it was floating into the air. However, if one looked from space, they could clearly see that countless pieces of soil had left planet Yunxia and were floating in all directions. Just like an egg, the eggshell was rapidly cracking and peeling off. An ancient aura slowly seeped out as large amounts of soil fell off. It was like a fierce beast that had been sleeping for countless years was slowly awakening. The trembling became more and more intense, and more red mist came out from the tentacles. It fused with the fog outside, forming a thick cocoon. Inside planet Yunxia, Wang Lin's eyes shined brighter and brighter. The earth around him trembled even more violently, and an unprecedented sense of danger came from all directions. At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly got up and moved as fast as lightning. At this moment, even his eyes were filled with the might of thunder. In an instant, he arrived at the crack on the left side of the Moongazer serpent's bone. His hands mercilessly grabbed the crack as the veins on his face swelled up, and he shouted, "Rise!" This roar was like muffled thunder. It was as if all of the foul air in Wang Lin's body was being spat out in exchange for a powerful force. At this moment, countless veins swelled up on his arms, and there were some tattoos flashing on them. These tattoos were formed by celestial spiritual energy. His hands tightly gripped the left half of the Wang Yu's bone, and there was a hint of madness in Wang Lin's eyes. However, deep within this madness was an unusual calmness. "Rise for me!" Wang Lin let out another roar, and his hand mercilessly pulled. The earth trembled even more violently, and painful roars came from the Moongazer serpent. However, these roars contained the power of the celestial ascension fruits, so the giant Moongazer serpent couldn't tell what it was feeling. As the earth trembled even more violently, Wang Lin's entire body tensed up. With one pull, he managed to move the half of the Wang Yu's bone by 3 inches. As long as it could move, even if it was just 1 inch, it was crucial. Without any hesitation, Wang Lin activated all of the celestial spiritual energy in his body like crazy. His hands gripped the Wang Yu's bone, and he exerted force. As a thunderous rumble echoed through the earth, the giant half of the Wang Yu's bone was pulled out by Wang Lin. 7 inches, 10 inches, 3 feet, 6 feet, 10 feet, 100 feet. The sound of friction entered one's ears and could shake one's origin soul. As Wang Lin pulled, the speed at which the half of the Wang Yu's bone was pulled out became faster and faster. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious, and the celestial spiritual energy in his body surged like crazy. If it wasn't for the fact that he was at the late stage of ascendant, the meridians in his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Every time the celestial spiritual energy completed one cycle, Wang Lin's power would increase a bit. Time was of the essence, and every breath of time he wasted would double the danger. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a roar that sounded like a roar. His aura was like a mountain. Thunderous rumbles echoed as Wang Lin rushed out from the ground with the half of the Wang Yu's bone in his hand. At the same time, the celestial guard appeared behind him and charged at the other half of the Wang Yu's bone. In contrast, the celestial guard that had reached the illusory stage and was created by imitating an ancient god was far more powerful than the current Wang Lin. The celestial guard moved and arrived next to the other half of the Wang Yu's bone. It grabbed it and pulled, causing the earth to tremble even more violently. The rumbling sounds were like countless thunderclaps, reverberating in all directions. The celestial guard grabbed the moon-gazer serpent bone. Its body was covered in a golden glow with a hint of red. It pulled out the moon-gazer serpent bone and charged up like crazy after Wang Lin. Wang Lin and the celestial guard held the moon-gazer serpent bone one after the other. They quickly broke through the earth and charged toward the surface. Their speed was too fast. Wang Lin used all of his speed without holding back. At the beginning, he wasn't too fast when he pulled the Wang Yu's bone, but once he used it as a force, his speed became faster and faster. The earth trembled and the roars of the moon-gazer serpent became even more clear. The red mist from the tentacles became even thicker and continued to extend. Under the stimulation of the intense pain, the moon-gazer serpent rapidly turned into its third form. However, with the celestial ascension fruit, this process became much slower. This made it so that Wang Yu couldn't tell where the pain was coming from. After all, its body was too big. Furthermore, as it gradually awakened, it was still in a confused state. This allowed the power of the celestial ascension fruit to be unleashed even more fully. As the earth rumbled, Wang Lin charged out. The moment he charged out, the madness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. He viciously pulled out half of the Wang Yu's bone from the ground. The loud sound caused the ground to tremble even more violently. The sound of the Wang Yu's bone rubbing against the ground was enough to make one's head spin and cause intense pain to their origin souls. This half of the moon-gazer serpent's bone was simply too big. It stretched out for countless miles and was like a mountain range. From afar, it looked like a giant god dragon shining with golden flames. This object was too big to put into his bag of holding, so Wang Lin carried it on his back and charged into the sky. His figure was insignificant compared to the giant Wang Yu's bone. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't even notice his existence. Just at this moment, the ground rumbled again as the celestial guard charged out. Behind it was another half of Wang Yu's bone. It was grabbed by the celestial guard and followed closely behind Wang Lin. Charge! At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and the celestial spiritual energy inside his body was moving faster than his limit. Some of the celestial spiritual energy was leaking out of his body, causing him intense pain. However, compared to this pain, it was worth it to obtain the complete bone of the moon-gazer serpent. Wang Lin knew that he had to leave as soon as possible. If he was even a bit slower, all his efforts would be in vain, and he might even lose his life. He didn't believe that Wang Yu would let go of the creature that extracted her bone. If he was swallowed, he would without a doubt die. Under the power of the celestial ascension fruits, the tentacles on the ground wanted to wrap around the bone, but they were a bit slow. However, the moon-gazer bone was simply too big, so no matter how slow the tentacles were, there were still a lot of them. They tightly wrapped around the moon-gazer bone. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding without hesitation and took out the restriction flag. His eyes were filled with pain, but now was not the time to feel pain. He clenched his teeth, formed a seal, and pointed at the restriction flag. The flag suddenly trembled and let out a sad cry. After all, it had followed Wang Lin for many years. After being refined for more than 900 years, it had developed a bit of intelligence. At this moment, there was a hint of determination within the mournful cry. The restriction flag collapsed, and the restrictions inside turned into countless rays of black light that fused together to form a black meteor. There was also a layer of weak flames on it that seemed to be burning. With a loud rumble, the black meteor charged toward the tentacles wrapped around the moon-gazer serpent. The restriction flag's self-destruction was exchanged for boundless power. In an instant, a giant restriction appeared. This restriction had a spirit. This spirit was born because of Wang Lin, and now it was destroyed because of Wang Lin. Because the gigantic restrictive spell was sentient, it instantly exploded with boundless power, which slammed into the tentacles, causing them to instantly slow down. The Wang Yu's bone was too strong. Even with the restriction flag's self-destruction, it couldn't stop the tentacles. It could only slow them down for a moment. Wang Lin let out a sigh and pulled without hesitation. The wrapped Wang Yu's bone was lifted into the air and carried by Wang Lin as he charged into the fog. As for the celestial guard's Wang Yu's bone, it was also wrapped up by the tentacles. However, under the effect of the restriction flag, it quickly followed Wang Lin. One person and one puppet charged into the fog. As long as they passed through the fog, they would reach the endless stars. However, right at this moment, the trembling of the earth reached its peak. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared on the ground. That crack was like a huge mouth that rapidly opened up. A roar that shook the heavens and earth came out from that huge mouth. Wang Lin's body trembled. The celestial spiritual energy inside his body was instantly scattered by this roar. His face turned pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The promise of 3 chapters must be kept without missing a single word. The first chapter has been delivered. Let's continue to write the second chapter. I'm asking for monthly recommendation votes. Chapter 715. Even the celestial guard's body trembled, and the golden light it gave off dissipated a bit. Wang Lin clenched his teeth. He ignored the roar coming from the giant mouth and charged into the fog once more. However, the giant crack on the ground began to rise like crazy. At this moment, the entire planet began to rise. As the earth moved, a violent rumble echoed throughout planet Yunxia. Large swathes of the earth shattered, and countless pieces of land collapsed, dissipating into the starry sky. This scene was almost exactly the same as when the original body absorbed the spiritual energy of a planet and caused that planet to collapse. However, that planet was collapsing from the inside. This kind of power was so great that if a normal cultivator was too close, they would have no chance of surviving. However, planet Yinxia was slightly different. Although it was also collapsing, it didn't have that kind of destructive power. Instead, when the moon gazer serpent woke up, it shook off all the dust that had stuck to its body over the countless years. The earth that continued to rise was just an illusion. He thought that the earth was rising, but in truth, the earth was Wang Yu's body. The so-called rising was just Wang Yu turning around and raising his head. The giant crack instantly closed in, and it was unimaginably fast. When Wang Lin lowered his head, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. The power of the celestial ascension fruits was still there, or else he wouldn't have been able to escape this far. As long as he could stop Wang Yu for a bit, he would be able to charge out of the fog and enter space. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and was about to slap his bag of holding. However, just at this moment, his eyes narrowed. As the giant crack closed in, Wang Lin clearly felt a fluctuation coming from deep within. This fluctuation was very familiar to him. It was the 7-star sword formation. Wang Lin withdrew his right hand from the bag of holding, formed a seal, pointed forward, and shouted, "Sword formation, spin." There was a divine ability in his voice, as if his words were a law. It turned into countless bolts of lightning and triggered the 7-star sword formation in the depths of the crack that was getting closer and closer. The sword formation whistled and spun at an extremely fast speed, giving off boundless sword chi and attacking from within. However, to Wang Yu, these attacks were truly insignificant. She was unable to stop them at all. Seeing that the crack was getting closer and closer, Wang Lin's eyes flashed coldly, and he shouted, "Sword of mice, explode." A muffled boom echoed out from within the rift. At the same time, a roar could be heard as the rift rose up with even greater speed. It was now only 300 meters away from Wang Lin. Wang Lin moved with incredible speed, and along with the Celestial Guard, he had already entered the fog. However, the fog quickly dissipated as the rift closed in. In the blink of an eye, it completely disappeared. This was the first time in countless years that the thick fog on planet Yunxia had disappeared. Hi pig, Wei sheep, Inia monkey, ugly cow, Een tiger, Mao rabbit all explode. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with madness. Rumble, 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 rumble continued to echo and wreak havoc inside the moon gazer serpent's body. Not only did the seven-star sword formation self-destruct, even the evil soul on it turned into endless power. As it shattered, it turned into a destructive aura that launched the sharpest attack on the Moongazer serpent. However, with how strong Wang Yu was, the explosion of the seven-star sword formation didn't affect it at all. It only slowed it down a bit. And what Wang Lin wanted was this moment of respite. He and the Celestial Guard quickly charged out, and the stars in the sky appeared before their eyes. The giant rift immediately returned to normal. The power of the Celestial Ascension Fruit made it so that even now, it still didn't know where it was feeling such intense pain and excitement. However, it had just woken up and was still in a confused state, but it felt that the things the two escaping beings were carrying were a bit familiar. Subconsciously, he chased after them, wanting to leave these two familiar parts behind. At this moment, when it saw the two of them moving faster and faster, a voice that seemed to come from countless years ago came from the rift. This voice had no real meaning, but the pronunciation was extremely strange. The moment this voice appeared, Wang Lin's scalp went numb. This voice was the language of the ancient gods. In Tu Si's memories, there was no record of Wang Yu speaking the language of the ancient gods. What kind of Wang Yu is this? Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. The ancient god language came from the crack in the ground, and as it echoed across the world, Wang Lin suddenly had a feeling that what was chasing him wasn't a moongazer serpent, but an adult ancient god. The language of the ancient gods sounded like an ancient roar coming from the heavens and earth. This ancient roar brought Wang Lin a sense of life and death crisis. At this moment, the surrounding space seemed to collapse as cracks appeared. This scene almost scared Wang Lin out of his wits. He knew this spell. This was a shattering spell that only an 8-star ancient god could use. It could cause everything one looked at to collapse, reform, and turn into dust. A life and death crisis had never been so close before. Wang Lin suddenly turned around and let out a strange roar. What he said was also the language of the ancient gods that he inherited from Tu Si. The ground trembled, and the huge cracks started to close up. At the same time, two more huge cracks appeared on the ground, and a pair of ice-cold eyes could be seen within them. This gaze fell on Wang Lin with a hint of coldness and confusion. Because the surrounding space was interrupted by Wang Yu's ancient god spell, it stopped collapsing. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to turn around and escape. The Celestial Guard puppet didn't even slow down. Just at this moment, a skinny figure rushed out from the depths of the crack with a hint of fear and excitement. It was the greedy wolf. Wang Yu's sudden change caused the area of excretion and absorption to tremble violently, creating a crack. The greedy wolf rushed out from this crack. Of course, he didn't forget the giant furnace. After rushing out from the area of excretion and absorption, the greedy wolf felt just how terrifying Wang Yu was. He didn't hesitate to use the giant furnace to fly into the sky. What he saw was the giant crack in the distance. He could even see the starry sky above it. Excitement that he had never felt in 100 years surged through his body like waves. He even had tears in his eyes. That kind of life that was neither human nor ghost, that was filled with the stench of the stench, had finally come to an end. He thought back to the past 100 years. Most of his time was spent in this place of excretion. To him, this was a humiliation, a naked humiliation. The stench was something he would never forget. Even though the stench had dissipated, he could still smell it. The greedy wolf swore that after he escaped, he would never take half a step into the northern Luo Tian region. And if he had another chance to search for treasures in the future, he would be very, very, very careful. Seeing the crack get closer and closer, the excitement in the greedy wolf's eyes reached a peak. "Old man Greedy Wolf, you are finally going to escape." At this moment, the confusion in Wang Yu's eyes disappeared. The language of the ancient gods echoed once more, and Wang Lin's entire body turned cold. In this life or death crisis, he couldn't care about anything else. With a thought, the immortal guard puppet slowed down and threw the half of Wang Yu's bone down. "I'll give you back your half." The half of Wang Yu's bone was like a mountain range. As it smashed down, astral winds howled in the air, causing the crack to pause for a moment. The collapse of the surrounding space stopped once more. The moon-gazer serpent stared at the rapidly falling mountain range with confusion in its eyes. It was very familiar with this thing, but it couldn't remember what it was. However, it subconsciously opened its mouth wide and swallowed this giant mountain range in one gulp. The greedy wolf was excited, as if he had swallowed countless immortal ascension fruits. As he looked at the rapidly approaching crack, he wanted to roar out loud. Nearly 100 years of miserable days had finally come to an end. Wang Yu couldn't teleport inside Wang Yu's body. This was something he knew a long time ago. If he tried to teleport, he would be pulled back by a strange force, and his speed would be even slower. However, right at this moment, when the ravenous wolf was very close to the crack he was looking at was suddenly enveloped by a massive shadow. The greedy wolf was startled and rubbed his eyes. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. What was this massive shadow? Perhaps it was because he had been smelled by the stench of Wang Yu's excrement for too long, but the greedy wolf's mind was a bit sluggish. This is a mountain range. The greedy wolf's eyes were filled with despair. His excitement instantly vanished. Anyone would feel a sense of absent-mindedness when faced with such a sharp contrast. However, the greedy wolf was a powerful cultivator. He let out an angry roar and charged forward. His entire body drilled into the large cauldron, and he slammed into the side. The mountain whistled past the edge of the large cauldron, creating a series of sparks. Inside, the greedy wolf coughed out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! After enduring the mountain with great difficulty, the greedy wolf emerged from the large cauldron with a pale face. He still couldn't completely control the cauldron, so he had no choice but to fuse with it. If he stayed inside for too long, he would be refined by the terrifying aura inside the cauldron. After swallowing half of the mountain range, the confusion in Wang Yu's eyes became even stronger. What exactly was this feeling? It was very familiar, and he seemed to remember something. Taking advantage of Wang Yu's hesitation, Wang Lin commanded the celestial guard puppet to appear and help Wang Lin carry the other half of Wang Yu's bone. Then, they quickly fled into the starry sky. The confusion in the moon-gazer serpent's eyes gradually dissipated. The power of the celestial ascension fruit also began to dissipate. It remembered that this half of the mountain range was no ordinary object. It was formed from its own bones. As the celestial ascension fruit disappeared, Wang Yu discovered that the source of the pain was the location of his bone. A storm was suddenly stirred up. It had never felt such anger before, as well as the immense pain that the celestial ascension fruit could no longer conceal, caused it to fly into a violent rage. Another 50 monthly votes. I'm going to attack the number 7 monthly votes. Fellow Taoists, please help me. The second chapter has been delivered. Continue writing and write the third chapter. It's as if God is helping me today. This God is your monthly votes, recommendations, and rewards. Chapter 716. There was a phrase in ancient God 2C's memory that described the Wang Yu, an existence that was a parasite of the ancient gods. If the heavens have a dark, then the ancient gods have a moon. The word underworld could be interpreted as a spirit or a soul. In short, the first half of the sentence referred to the heavenly Tao. It was not an inanimate object, but something that should exist. Perhaps it could be said that it had a spirit and a soul that no living being could understand. The second half of the sentence referred to the moon-gazer serpent. In ancient God 2C's memories, he didn't know how the moon-gazer serpent had appeared. It seemed to have existed since a long time ago. Just like the heavens' soul and spirit, they were unpredictable things. No one could explain the cause and effect. The anger of the Wang Yu is like the finger of the ancient god. This was the second description of the Wang Yu in 2C's memory, but it was the one that left the deepest impression in Wang Lin's mind. From reading between the lines, once the moon-gazer serpent became angry and reached its third form, it would have the power of an ancient god's finger. This power could be big or small. If it was big, it would be like a 9-star ancient god's finger. Even a cultivation planet would collapse. A small one, like the finger of a one-star ancient god, would be a joke. However, it was clear that the giant Wang Yu before Wang Lin was not a joke. His body became cold as Wang Lin and the Celestial Guard pushed their speed to the limit. They carried the half of the Wang Yu bone and escaped like crazy. He had tried to use the heaven-defying bead to absorb it, but for some reason, it was very slow. It was impossible to absorb it in a short period of time. Thunderous rumbles echoed across all of planet Yunxia at this moment. This sound was so loud that calling it thunder would be an understatement. Almost everyone in the surrounding galaxies could hear the angry roar coming from within the thunderous rumbles. Wang Lin's eyelids twitched, and he quickly escaped without looking back. The Wang Yu didn't have a bone, but it wouldn't die. As long as there was enough time, it could form another one. However, it was clear that this Wang Yu bone had taken an unknown amount of time to form, so it was no wonder Wang Yu was so angry. The Moon Gazer Serpent's giant body rumbled and slowly stretched. This action caused a tearing sound to echo, and the large amount of land around the Moon Gazer Serpent collapsed once more. This collapse was even more thorough. Countless giant tentacles continuously extended from his body and slowly swayed. An unimaginably powerful aura gradually seeped out from his body. The greedy wolf's figure appeared from the giant furnace, but the time he appeared was too bad. It was when the Wang Yu was angry. The greedy wolf's eyes were red, and he let out a roar. He sped up and wanted to rush out. However, it was at this moment that the crack began to slowly close. No! The greedy wolf's eyes were filled with tears of blood as he let out a miserable roar. The Moon Gazer Serpent closed its mouth. Its enormous body was full of intimidation, but its movements were still a bit slow, not as smooth as before. However, as the Immortal Ascension Fruit's remnant might disappeared, it gradually recovered. Wang Lin carried the Wang Yu's bone on his shoulder and the Celestial Guard behind him. He slapped his bag of holding and the star compass flew out. He stepped on it and turned into a ray of silver light. With the Wang Yu's bone in his hand, he sped away without looking back. The Moon Gazer Serpent's cold gaze stared at the disappearing Wang Lin. The countless tentacles on its body moved slightly, and a storm suddenly appeared. This storm was so strong that it created a sonic boom. A shockwave spread out in all directions. Within the shockwave, the Wang Yu's giant body was pushed forward. It was almost impossible to see it move, but the distance between it and Wang Lin was instantly shortened. At the same time, the Wang Yu opened its mouth and spoke in the language of the ancient gods. Wang Lin's scalp went numb as he watched more than 100 tiny Wang Yus charge out from the crack in its mouth. The greedy wolf was among them. He looked up at the sky, and his eyes lit up with excitement. This feeling was simply too good. The taste of the sky that he hadn't seen in a long time filled him with indescribable excitement. However, he knew that this couldn't be considered a true escape. The moment he appeared, he saw Wang Lin on the star compass. After a moment of shock, he understood, and his eyes filled with hatred. However, he didn't dare to act rashly. There were too many beasts around him, and he was worried that if he moved, he would attract their attention. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Without hesitation, he opened his bag of holding and took out the celestial wine that only had a few drops left. He gritted his teeth and drank a mouthful, leaving only 2 drops. In an instant, powerful celestial spiritual energy erupted from his body. This celestial spiritual energy was very rich and could even be said to be very pure. After all, this was something that belonged to a real celestial. Enduring the intense pain and the feeling of fainting, Wang Lin raised his right hand and mercilessly pointed at the group of Wang Yus charging at him. He shouted, "Stop!" The celestial spiritual energy that felt like it was about to explode in his body flowed out from his right hand and turned into endless power that filled the world. With one word, it was as if the power of heaven and earth had stopped moving. Normally, it was impossible for Wang Lin to do this. Even now, he was relying on the celestial wine. If he didn't have the celestial wine, it would be impossible for him to use the stop spell to this degree. Borrowing the moment he was stopped, Wang Lin charged out without looking back. He was very fast, and he didn't hesitate to use the spell that the old man in the demon spirit land who was good at escaping had. However, Wang Lin had only stopped the little Wang Yus. The giant Wang Yu that had turned into planet Yun Xia wasn't affected at all. It charged out with a powerful impact, and all of the frozen Wang Yus immediately regained their freedom. However, the greedy wolf's luck was too bad. His body was also stopped, and he recovered a bit late. When the Wang Yu closed in, he fell into the giant rift once more. The greedy wolf only saw his vision go black, and the next moment, he found that he had returned to the rift. The desperate greedy wolf's eyes were filled with madness. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a large mouthful of blood onto the furnace. The furnace immediately gave off an ancient aura and set off a ripple. The greedy wolf moved with the fastest Wang Yu to switch positions. His face was pale, and he coughed out another mouthful of blood. He pointed at the escaping Wang Lin and shouted, "Wang Lin, don't even think about leaving." Wang Lin had long noticed the greedy wolf's figure. He didn't even turn his head as he pointed behind him, and the remaining celestial spiritual energy inside his body surged. Stop! The greedy wolf was about to use the giant furnace again to switch positions with Wang Lin. However, at this moment, the stop spell descended and his body immediately stopped. Wang Yu's gaze suddenly fell on the giant furnace in front of the greedy wolf. His eyes revealed a strange light. He felt a very comfortable aura from the giant furnace. Back then, before Wang Yu woke up, he didn't kill the greedy wolf because of the giant furnace next to him. However, he hadn't woken up at the time, so he subconsciously sent the furnace and the greedy wolf to the place where he excreted. Although this was where the moongazer serpent excreted, it was also where it absorbed. The moongazer serpent subconsciously wanted to absorb this cauldron, which was why greed had lived for nearly 100 years. The moment the greedy wolf's body was stopped, Wang Yu immediately swallowed him. A strange light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He took this opportunity to increase the distance between them. The greedy wolf felt his vision go black. By the time he regained his senses, he had already been swallowed and was at the edge of the crack. The ups and downs caused the greedy wolf's face to be filled with bitterness, but at the same time, his hatred for Wang Lin was monstrous. "It's all because of you." The greedy wolf clenched his teeth, formed a seal with both hands, and pressed down on the giant furnace. A milky white light appeared between his eyebrows and imprinted itself onto the giant furnace. "Even if the old man has to sacrifice his lifespan, I must escape from here," the greedy wolf roared. The giant furnace in front of him absorbed the greedy wolf's lifespan and immediately grew larger. In the blink of an eye, it grew infinitely larger. A vast ancient aura spread out as the giant furnace grew larger. The Wang Yu's roar caused Wang Lin's body to tremble, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. His body was already seriously injured. As for the celestial guard puppet, its body also trembled, and the golden light around it completely collapsed. Even the spirit in its eyes dimmed. However, compared to Wang Lin, its injuries were lighter. Taking advantage of the moment, the giant furnace grew larger. The greedy wolf decisively charged out. At this moment, Wang Yu's mouth was filled with the giant furnace, causing it to rapidly grow larger. This old man doesn't want this furnace anymore. The greedy wolf's heart ached as he turned to escape. But at this moment, the huge moongazer serpent spat out the cauldron. A strange light appeared in the moongazer serpent's eyes, and its tentacles immediately extended and wrapped around the cauldron. Another tentacle quickly rushed out and went straight for the greed wolf. Greed's face was grim as he slapped his bag of holding to produce a screen. He stood off to the side and performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Instantly, the power of mountains and rivers appeared in the starry sky. As Wang Lin escaped, his divine sense even felt an illusion. It was as if the starry sky was no longer there, but instead, it was replaced by an imposing mountain and river. Mountain and river diagram. The star compass beneath Wang Lin slowed down. His eyes were filled with greed as he stared at the giant screen. He had seen this item in the past. The greedy wolf had said that he hadn't found the true mountain and river diagram, but he had found this screen with the projection of the mountain and river diagram. Wang Yu's eyes were cold, and a strange rune flickered within them. Wang Lin recognized this rune. It was the language of the ancient gods. As the rune flickered, a 1,000-meter-long finger appeared in front of Wang Yu. It was only a finger, and its skin was extremely rough. However, there was a faint, enchanting aura that filled the air. Although the finger was illusory, in Wang Lin's eyes, it was unimaginably real. The wrath of Wang Yu is like the finger of the ancient gods. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Sweat appeared on his forehead, and his heart pounded. He finally understood the meaning of these words. After the 3rd chapter, there are only 9,000 words more and no less. His promise was fulfilled. Now he asked for the monthly votes to make the Renegade Celestial's results charge into the top 7. Let all the readers who voted for the Renegade Celestial witness the rise of the Renegade Celestial. Chapter 717. Wang Lin was startled, but he was immediately overjoyed. He immediately increased his speed. After a long time, he realized that Wang Yu, who had been chasing after him, was no longer chasing him. The distance between them was increasing. Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief, but his eyes were filled with lingering fear. This Wang Yu is too strong. If it wasn't for its slow speed, I would have died today. In 2C's memories, the description of the Moongazer serpent and this Moongazer serpent, apart from the appearance, were completely different. How could this Moongazer serpent be so strong? Wang Lin looked back at the Luo Tian northern region in the distance, deep in thought. With this Wang Yu's strength, why does it seem like it doesn't dare to step into this place? Could it be that there's something here that makes it afraid? Unable to understand, Wang Lin sighed. He looked at the state of his origin spirit and smiled bitterly. Although it's a good thing for my origin spirit to break through the barrier, I don't know how long it will take to form another body without a physical body. If I take over a body, there are too many restrictions. If I don't have a good physical body, it won't be worth it. After pondering for a moment, Wang Lin no longer hesitated and flew forward. First, I need to find a place to go into seclusion and refine this half of Wang Yu's bone. I need to see if I can complete the heaven-defying bead. After that, I need to form my physical body. Wang Lin's eyes flickered as he headed straight for the endless starry sky. Wang Yu looked into the distance with hesitation in its huge eyes. After a long time, its huge body slowly retreated. In its memory, someone seemed to have warned it not to step forward. It was just that this memory was too long ago and was already blurry. However, the sense of danger from back then was still deeply engraved in his mind. Even now, it had directly affected his thoughts. As she retreated, Wang Yu's tentacles swayed back and forth. From a distance, she looked like she was brimming with a terrifying pressure. Along the way, some cultivators had already noticed Wang Yu, but after a single glance, all of their hair stood on end and their minds shook. They turned around, hating themselves for being too slow. Wang Yu stopped within the range of the 5 main planets of the Luo Tian northern region. Her oval-shaped body slowly shrank into a sphere, wrapping the giant cauldron inside her body. Countless tentacles slowly shrank and finally merged into Wang Yu's body. Waves of mist were emitted from Wang Yu's body, forming a thick fog that permeated the surroundings. Wang Yu once again entered its second state and began to sleep. However, the location it chose this time made the hearts of all the cultivators in the Luo Tian northern region go numb. This place was too close to the 5 main planets. In the starry sky of the Luo Tian northern region, there was a relatively primitive planet. This planet didn't have a lot of spiritual energy, but there were still mortals living there. On this day, an object fell from the sky. This object was covered in 7-colored light and landed on a plain in the northern part of the planet. The greedy wolf's bones were all broken, his body collapsed, and his origin soul was injured. But he didn't die. Not only did he not die, but his eyes were filled with joy. Before he came to the Luo Tian star system, there were many seals in his body. Each of these seals contained great power and could easily kill him. However, as the ancient god finger got closer, a strange change happened and caused all the seals in his body to collapse at the same time. Only the All-Seer's mark was still there. As long as the old man is given time, the old man is confident that he will recover one day. The greedy wolf took a deep breath as his body slowly descended and disappeared from the plain. From this day onward, all the mortals living on this ordinary planet would smell a faint stench. However, no matter how much they searched, they couldn't find the source of this stench. It was as if this stench was coming from the earth. At this moment, Wang Lin was flying in the southern region of the Luo Tian star system. He didn't look for planets with cultivators, but instead set his sights on abandoned planets. His origin soul had a vague feeling that there was a place in the southern region of the Luo Tian star system that made him feel very comfortable. He subconsciously flew toward that place, and as he got closer, even his origin soul's injuries improved a bit. He slowly got closer and closer. When Wang Lin saw the place that made him feel very comfortable, his eyes revealed a mysterious light. In front of him was a large layer of gravel. Countless gravel of different sizes seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force, densely surrounding it, forming a natural barrier. Wang Lin could feel that the place that made him feel very comfortable was deep within these rubble. He pondered for a moment, but his body didn't move. Instead, he appeared from the star compass and caught the moongazer bone. Under his control, the celestial guard puppet flew out, passed through the rubble, and slowly entered the interior. This layer of rubble was very large. The celestial guard flew out for a long time, but didn't enter. However, it saw a strange scene. It was an abandoned planet. This planet wasn't big. It wasn't even as big as planet Ranyan. It was only half the size of planet Ranyan. However, there were flashes of lightning on it. It was as if the planet was surrounded by a net of lightning. This lightning seemed to be endless, and it continued to fall down. This planet was nameless and was located in a very remote place in the southern region of the Luo Tian star system. Adding on a layer of rubble outside, it wasn't easy to find it. Wang Lin placed a trace of his divine sense on the celestial guard, so he naturally saw this planet. The comfortable feeling was getting closer and closer, but he knew that the place that made him feel comfortable wasn't this small planet, but the depths of the rubble. However, there was a mysterious force here that limited his divine sense, making it impossible for him to see the whole picture. Although this was the case, it was only relatively speaking. The moment Wang Lin saw this small planet, it also gave him a comfortable feeling. However, compared to the depths of the rubble, it was a lot weaker. This place is an excellent cave abode. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He grabbed the half of Wang Yu's bone and rushed toward the rubble. He gradually met up with the celestial guard and saw the small planet filled with lightning. I found this place by relying on my origin soul. Here, my origin soul's injuries recover extremely quickly. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. The celestial guard opened the way and went straight to the small planet. I'll live here for now. After my injuries recover and my body condenses, I'll go to the depths of the rubble to take a look. Wang Lin understood that after his origin soul swallowed half of the ancient thunder dragon, it had already changed. All thunder spells had no effect on him, as long as the essence of this thunder couldn't surpass the ancient thunder dragon that controlled thunder on behalf of the heavens in ancient times. At this moment, his body had collapsed. The ancient god's finger had forcibly torn open the membrane, allowing his origin soul to escape. However, he had been injured before, and then he had been in a hurry to escape. As a result, his origin soul's injuries were even more serious. Under these circumstances, even Wang Lin didn't know why his origin soul would find itself here. But at this moment, he understood that if an ancient thunder dragon was injured, it would definitely find a place filled with the power of thunder. Only in such an environment could the thunder dragon recover faster. Only in such an environment could it feel extremely comfortable and even have a sense of security. After his body collapsed, his origin soul escaped. At this moment, Wang Lin's origin soul was like an ancient thunder dragon, which was why it attracted Wang Lin here. After understanding the cause and effect, Wang Lin's heart calmed down. He looked at the small planet filled with lightning and couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had returned to his hometown. As he continued to move forward, the rumbling of thunder entered his ears. It was extremely dense, and when it landed on his body, it immediately made Wang Lin's body feel extremely comfortable. This kind of feeling directly affected his origin soul. It was like there was a pair of gentle hands gently caressing his origin soul. At this moment, Wang Lin's origin soul released a blue light. Bursts of thunder entered his origin soul, and a portion of it even extended to Wang Yu's bone. This caused the giant mountain range to emit crackling sounds. However, the celestial guard puppet immediately stopped. There was a rare hint of hesitation in its eyes, as if it was afraid of the thunder. Wang Lin turned around and began to ponder. The celestial guard wasn't afraid of thunder. After all, when it was being refined, the origin soul energy that Wang Lin spat out also contained the might of thunder. Moreover, the celestial guard would often encounter thunder spells in battle, but it had never hesitated like this. Could it be that the thunder here is a bit strange? Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he carefully examined the thunder around his body. After a long time, his eyes revealed a look of enlightenment. The thunder here was naturally formed and not created by any spell. Its characteristics were very similar to Wang Lin's origin soul lightning. No wonder the celestial guard puppet is a bit afraid. Thunder was divided into pre-celestial and pre-celestial. The pre-celestial was formed by all spells. As for pre-celestial, there were no spells at all. This thunder was naturally formed by the world. With a slight thought, the immortal guard puppet retreated and sat down cross-legged on a large boulder that was relatively close to this place. Then it began to meditate. Wang Lin turned around and put away the star compass. He carried Wang Yu's bone and flew into the planet filled with thunder. The closer they got, the denser the lightning became. Towards the end, it had almost reached an extremely terrifying level. If it was anyone else, they would probably choose to retreat like the celestial guard puppet. After all, the lightning here had already surpassed the level that their bodies and origin souls could resist. But for Wang Lin, especially after his body collapsed, this place didn't affect him at all. Instead, the closer he got, the more comfortable he felt. If Wang Lin's body was still here, he would have been restricted. Even if he got here, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. But now, due to a strange combination of factors, his speed was even faster and he gradually entered the planet filled with thunder. As far as the eye could see, the ground was also filled with lightning. The entire planet was filled with intense lightning, as if it had entered a prison of lightning. He only needed less than 30 votes to reach 6th place. He was hoping for someone to help him at this critical moment. Chapter 7:18. Looking at the earth filled with thunder, the comfortable feeling in Wang Lin's origin soul became even stronger. There were no plants on the ground, and it was impossible for any living thing to exist in this environment. After all, the density of thunder here was extremely rare. The wonders of creation made it impossible to find this place outside the layer of rubble. If it wasn't for Wang Lin's origin soul sensing this place, he wouldn't have been able to find this place. Although there were no living things here, there was a dense amount of vitality coming from the earth. The size of this place was no weaker than a cultivation planet filled with spiritual energy. However, there wasn't any spiritual chi in this place. After all, any spiritual chi would disintegrate in an instant under this dense lightning. The entire world was shrouded in violent thunder. Countless bolts of thunder descended from the sky and descended on the earth. The earth absorbed the thunder and turned into silver snakes that moved around like a pool of thunder. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. This place was simply too perfect for him. Cultivating the thunder origin spell from a messenger of the thunder celestial temple here will be twice the result with half the effort. Wang Lin's origin soul landed on the ground. It was as if he had fallen into a pool of thunder. Countless bolts of thunder appeared on the ground and spread along his origin soul. Even the half of Wang Yu's bone was surrounded by thunder. Wang Lin's body moved, and the half of Wang Yu's bone landed on the ground with a thunderous rumble. It was as if a mountain had appeared on the planet, and the huge tremor caused the entire planet to tremble. It was as if a giant stone had been thrown into a lake, causing ripples to appear. On this planet filled with thunder, Wang Yu's bone was like the stone, causing large amounts of thunder to appear. At this moment, the entire world was filled with violent thunder. The intensity of the thunder was several times higher than before, especially the rumbling thunder. It was endless, as if it came from ancient times. Wang Lin's origin soul sat down in the lotus position. The ancient thunder dragon inside his body hadn't been completely absorbed. There was a thin line in his origin soul that twisted to form the outline of a thunder dragon. His hands formed a seal, and he placed them on his knees. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with thunder, and he inhaled. The thunder lake suddenly began to move like water in spring and gathered toward Wang Lin. Bursts of crackling sounds echoed, and countless sparks flew. Each spark could cause the expression of a first-step cultivator to change greatly. These sparks contained the might of the heavens. Wang Lin slowly closed his eyes and allowed the thunder to enter his origin soul. The thunder around his body became even denser until a giant ball of thunder formed around him. Wang Lin was inside as bolts of thunder landed on his body. The bolts of thunder cycled through his body once before disappearing. This cycle continued until Wang Lin forgot about the passage of time. His mind was completely immersed in the thunder. A powerful pressure slowly appeared around him and was absorbed by Wang Lin's origin soul. From the outside, there didn't seem to be any other abnormal changes to the thunder. The celestial guard puppet was sitting on a piece of rock outside the planet. Although it was cultivating with its eyes closed, its divine sense was spread out. If there was any sign of danger to Wang Lin, it would immediately take action. Loyalty was one of the things Celestial Emperor Qing Lin considered the most when he created the celestial guard puppet. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed without leaving a trace. Even the thunder on the planet Wang Lin was on had only decreased a bit, but there were no other changes. The celestial guard puppet didn't move during these 10 years. It only silently guarded Wang Lin as if this was its life. It was waiting for the passage of time, for the possibility of regaining its freedom. On the planet filled with thunder, there was a giant ball of thunder where Wang Lin was. The thunder in the sky continued to descend and be absorbed by the ball of thunder. Even the thunder falling from the sky seemed to be attracted by the ball of thunder as it twisted and flashed over. Wang Lin's origin soul continued to condense inside the ball of thunder to recover from his injuries. This was the best place for him to recover. The endless thunder was like the best pill in the world. As Wang Lin continued to absorb it, his injuries gradually recovered. 10 years of time passed by in a flash. On this day, Wang Lin's origin soul inside the ball of thunder slowly opened his eyes. His eyes contained the might of thunder, and the moment he opened his eyes, the ball of thunder around him collapsed. It was as if a powerful thunder spell had been cast on the ball of thunder, and it scattered in a circle. However, the moment it spread out, Wang Lin opened his mouth and inhaled. The ring of thunder seemed to freeze and stop spreading. It was as if time was flowing backwards and was sucked into Wang Lin's mouth. At this moment, his body was covered in lightning, as if he was wearing an armor made of thunder. His hair moved without any wind and emitted lightning. If I wasn't here, it would take several times longer for my origin soul to recover. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the sky. The most important thing right now is to recover my body. Reforming my body isn't something an ordinary cultivator can do. This involves the ancient god tactic. The look in Wang Lin's eyes deepened. His body had collapsed once in the past, and he had to use the ancient god tactic to recover. The ancient god tactic has always been cultivated by my original body, but I can still use the secret technique of the ancient god tactic to recover my body. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with determination. He opened his arms and formed a strange seal. This seal came from the memories of ancient God 2C. In an instant, an ancient aura came from Wang Lin's hand and shrouded the world. There was also the might of thunder inside this aura. Wang Lin slowly placed his hands on the ground beside him and chanted a complicated spell. His eyes were filled with a mysterious light. Condense. Wang Lin spat out the last word. The pool of thunder seemed to turn into a real pool of water. At first, it was slow, but at the end, it surged like crazy from all directions with Wang Lin at the center. The thunder from the pool of thunder quickly entered Wang Lin's hands, but didn't enter the depths of Wang Lin's origin soul. Instead, it gathered on his palms below his wrists. Gradually, a numb feeling spread from Wang Lin's hands. This kind of feeling could only be felt when one had a body. Wang Lin didn't lower his head. His expression was solemn, and his eyes were closed. He was as steady as a mountain. As a large amount of thunder entered, it was as if all the thunder on the ground was being absorbed. If one looked from the sky, they could see that the thunder on the ground was decreasing at a visible rate and was gathering towards Wang Lin. Blinding lightning flashed. Wang Lin's hands were like a mysterious existence that controlled the power of thunder. It was as if he could make thunder yield to him with a flip of his hand. His hands gradually absorbed the incredible thunder and started to solidify. Tiny sparks of lightning appeared and disappeared on his hands. As the crystalline dots absorbed the lightning pool, more and more of them appeared. In the end, they were practically densely packed together. There seemed to be a mysterious force pulling them together, causing them to slowly draw closer to each other and combine together to form the shape of a hand. This hand was completely formed by the sparks, and the might of thunder it gave off was extremely dense. Time slowly passed. The lightning from the pool of thunder was like waves that surged over. The number of sparks on Wang Lin's hands reached its peak. Finally, a complete set of hand bones appeared above his origin soul. If anyone saw Wang Lin right now, they would definitely suck in a breath of cold air. This scene was too strange. Other than his hands, everything else was transparent and illusory. Only his hands had complete bones. Wang Lin didn't stop absorbing. As more and more sparks entered his hands, the bones in his hands absorbed even more sparks, and the sparks slowly spread up his arms. Gradually, the bones in his arms also formed. Time passed. Wang Lin was immersed in the process of refining. When all the sparks disappeared and were absorbed, a complete set of bones formed on his body. His body slowly rose up into the air. As he was in midair, the thunder that fell from the sky seemed to have found an outlet. It madly gathered and landed on his body. The thunder was as thick as an arm, and it rumbled unceasingly. On the surface of Wang Lin's bones, intersecting green and red lines slowly appeared and extended until they covered his entire body. At this moment, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, covering the entire thunder planet. At this moment, the might of thunder in his origin soul seemed to have become the ruler of the thunder on this planet. Absorb. Divine sense transformed into a divine ability. With one word, the entire thunder planet trembled. Boundless thunder was extracted from within, and the power of thunder surged out, all of it rushing toward Wang Lin. This caused a storm of lightning to appear. The ground cracked, and the lightning falling from the sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Even the celestial guard puppet outside the planet had opened its eyes and looked over with bright light. All the power of thunder on the thunder planet gathered on Wang Lin's body. Bit by bit, his flesh and blood was being refined. Right now, Wang Lin's body was covered in lightning, and he seemed to be connected to the thunder planet. Within the power of thunder, there was also a thick life force that was being sucked out. This life force was an important part of Wang Lin's new body. Time passed, including the nascent divinity healing. A 60-year cycle passed in the blink of an eye. The Thunder Hell planet seemed to have completed its entire life in that 60-year cycle. The lightning was no longer as dense, and the Celestial Guard puppet could now step onto it. It stood not too far away from Wang Lin, acting as Dharma protector. All of the lightning, all of the vast amounts of life force, formed into a 9-meter wide cocoon. On this day, the cocoon broke. Fifth place on the monthly votes. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Dumbfounded. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.